It's fine. Okay, Carrie, you want to sit down? I'm going to say a few welcoming remarks. Sorry, my teacher voice comes in. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kathleen Howard. I'm the Executive Director of Gage Atelier Art. I'm so excited you all are here. I want to start this morning by saying Gage Atelier Art is known for the first people as the original inhabitants of this area and connecting waterways. We understand the land that Gage occupies is unceded territory, and that today many indigenous people live here, and without their stewardship, we would not have access to this space. We honor the Coast Salish people's sovereignty, rights to self-determination, culture, and ways of life. Since time immemorial, indigenous people have called this territory their sacred land. We commit to learning, educating others, and repairing the legacy of historically harmful relationships between non-native and native peoples in Canada. In doing so, we will be honest and recognize the experiences of native peoples to include genocide, forced relocation, forced assimilation, and land theft. We also acknowledge native peoples are survivors, present in today's world thriving. We encourage everyone here today to ask themselves, what can I do to support indigenous communities? In an effort to be transparent, Gage is contemplating this call to action and reworking how to best support indigenous communities. And as you may know, we provide full scholarships to the Kang-O'Higgins Atelier for indigenous students. So this statement to honor and respect those communities, and also to honor the importance of community building. And all Atelier today, in many ways, is the epitome of that supportive, cross-collaborative community that makes Gage Atelier Program so special. We are all part of a collective experience today, whether you are sitting in the audience and cheering along your fellow student, or you are one of our student presenters. And thank you to all of our student presenters for being here, sharing your creative process, and being open and curious to the feedback that you'll receive from our panel. And thank you to our panel today, for all of our Atelier directors who are here, and our guest panelist, Emily Gherard. I know that your constructive critiques will be fully focused on the individual advancement of each student's artistic skills and creative journey. So thank you so much for everyone being here. And now I'd like to pass it on to Gary Faigin, who's going to give a few more welcoming remarks.
You can probably hear me without the mic, but that's okay. I'll use it anyway. So I wanted to give a shout out to your Atelier instructors. We take that for granted. So how anybody here ever had, and not including experiences at Gage, anybody here ever had a bad art class? Oh no, almost everybody. All right, anybody who just want to give a shout out, like something that was bad about it? Like what made it bad? Go ahead.
My high school art teacher told me that pretty much everything I wanted to do wasn't art.
Wasn't art? Okay. Anybody else have a comment? What about it, Shannon?
Grids.
Grids? What do you mean to use grids? Okay, anybody else?
My college art professor said, it's too representational.
Yeah.
My college art teacher said, all you have to do is just let go and let God drop your hands.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
My first college art professor was shit-faced drunk the whole time. Oh, I thought that could be a good career.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that if you're teaching structural engineering and you're doing as incompetent a job as many art teachers out there are doing at this moment at colleges and art schools around the country. People are gonna go out in the industry and their bridges are gonna fall down. And somebody's gonna say, wait, what's going on in those engineering classes? But people who graduate from the class where your teacher said, let God draw through their hands or shit face drum, and nobody's gonna know the difference. I mean, how do you know that somebody came from a bad art class versus a good art class, considering the art that we see out there in the world? So there's not, you can get away with it, but obviously Gage has exactly 100% opposite values. Because as far as we're concerned, the teacher-student relationship is the heart and soul of what we're about. And what makes your atelier instructors so remarkable is they're all incredibly good at it. So they don't waste any time, there's no bullshit, and they get right to the point, and what happens to you and your art is their highest priority. So it's about, it keeps us all awake at night if we think we're not getting through to one of you, that what we want to communicate in terms of what we think is going to benefit your art career isn't getting through to you. I mean, it's exactly the opposite. Nobody said this, but we've all seen this before, is the following statement 100% does not apply to any of our Italian instructors. They're only doing it for the money. Does that sound right to you? No. No. I mean, the main thing is they love what they're doing. They love what they're doing, and that's why they're so good at it. Because when they come around to your easel and they say, you know what? There's this whole thing with value I think would really help this corner of the painting. And all of a sudden you nod and smile and say, oh, I get it. Nothing makes us happier than that interaction. When you get it, you get it. You get what we're trying to communicate. And we're not trying to produce many me's, which is another thing that happens in bad art classes. We want to produce many maxi U's. I guess that's the opposite of a mini me. Is that we want you to be the best artist you can be. We want to help you find your voice. And we want to give you the tools to do that. And we want to give you encouragement when we think you're going in that direction. So I've got a couple categories for rating instructors. So one is forget about it. Don't even get near their class. And one is bad, not as bad, mediocre, average, adequate, okay. And then the category that every one of our Italian instructors can be described as rock star. So we have 7 rock star, I am including myself, 7 rock star atelier instructors at Gage, and we love them to pieces. We value them, and I'm telling you, you can't find a better group that is this skilled at what they do and does it year in, year out, anywhere else that I know about in the country. So let's hear it for these Italian instructors. I can't even begin to tell you. Okay, Kimberly, on to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. We're proud of you too.
Kimberly Roberts, director of the Modern Color Atelier, and it is our great honor to welcome Emily Gherard as our visiting artist and panelist today. I've known Emily for a couple decades. What? An esteemed colleague as an incredible artist in our community, but also as a mentor. So many incredible artists in our greater Puget Sound area have studied with Emily. Incredible voice. Emily has some pretty amazing bio bullet points. Undergraduate from RISD, graduate school MFA from University of Washington, and very recently, huge honorable foundation grants from the Lewis Comfort Foundation and also the Joan Mitchell grant, which is huge. Emily also shows here in town with J. Reinhardt Gallery, and it is just such a great honor to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. It off actually with my Atelier group, and our first artist that is going to be presenting to us today is Xin Lu. Xin, if you'd like to come up and say a few words.
Hi everyone, I'm Xin Lu, a narrative artist and part of the Modern Color Atelier. I'm currently in the advanced mentorship program with Kimberly Chowdhury. I express my feelings through color, bold or subtle, drawing inspiration from everyday life, the objects around me or an image that moves me. I often begin with drawing and collage to explore composition and the color mood before moving into the final work. I love learning and truly welcome all the feedback. Critiques help me grow, and the compliments are always appreciated too. Thank you. I'm so happy to share my work with you today. Just a note, this red painting here is still in progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Xin.
I'll kick things off.
Sorry, it's a countdown.
Anyways, beautiful work. I'm really drawn to it. Like, I love the compositional elements you're playing with the narrative. You know, with the eye coming in like this, kind of going around and back up. Obviously, you know, around this hat, and like the person kind of swimming closer. It's really neat how form meets function in that way. The suggestion I would maybe make on this one in terms of you have all these planes being described. The lake here in the front, I think it'd be nice to see a couple more planes to describe that, and so it doesn't feel as much of just like a shape kind of stuck on here. Maybe another plane for the top of the hat right there, and then lastly here. I just think this is such a cool like element, and maybe it deserves some extra kind of plainer detail, just, you know, with the ripples of the water really getting in there and describing some of those things, because this is such an important part of the composition. I love that in this one and that one, I think you have more interesting, you have a wider range of greens that you're playing with. I'm also just wondering if some of that variation of greens could be found in this, and I love the color temperature type of relationships here, and then that little one right there is just awesome. This one in particular, my eye just goes right to it. I love, yeah, just the color, the composition, everything.
Thank you. This is cool.
So, firstly, congratulations. The work is beautiful.
Thank you.
When I saw them put up, I was just like, wow, I was blown away. These are gorgeous. I agree with a certain amount, but I wouldn't touch the greens in here. The way the red goes with that pool, it just vibrates. It's beautiful. I think, yeah, the decision for you around there is where you want to put your focal point, right? So where you want the viewer to look. Because right now there is an interplay between these two, but this is such a strong element. that we don't necessarily focus there on the child, which might be good, because then otherwise this is where we look and this is only where we look if you put in more detail. So it's kind of up to you that way. I do think looking at all these, as I said, they're gorgeous. I noticed you had another version of it there. I much prefer this. Like, again, the vibrancy of this green against the purple, it's just incredible. It really is beautiful. I look at this, I love the overall palette again. This bothers me a little bit. And I think partly that is, I suppose you have to decide on aesthetically, stylistically, how plainer you're doing everything versus having more expressive mark making, because all of these are kind of, there's a bit of Tamara de Lempicka, you know, smooth sort of planes. And then we've got this kind of sort of this rougher mark making there, which to me doesn't make sense, right? But overall, I think the colors are wonderful. So nice job.
Thank you so much.
So I wonder whether you're interested in, so you're a narrative painter, so you're interested in telling stories, and I love that. And these all have stories behind them. But there's also an element of ambiguity right there that I find really, really, really interesting. So in other words, what is going on? And that's really cool because, well, you know, there's a temptation to be literal, you know, I mean, if we're telling a story, but life isn't clear. Life is full of ambiguities and mysteries. And so, well, you know, what she's holding some abstract, maybe it's a piece of food and, you know, in front of that woman's face. So I'm just drawn to that. And I love the fact I can't quite figure out what's going on. Faces give you a real responsibility because mentally we're always drawn to faces as the first thing we look at when we look at a picture. If you do eye tracking movements, and that you haven't quite decided, it seems to me, what to do with that face. I think it's a little complicated, especially with the blue nose, which of course reminds us of Matisse. And you know, in the early Matisse, he uses these crazy slashes of colors for some of the portraits, like of his wife. But I would like to see that face a little less grotesque, a little simpler, because that's more similar to the treatment of that face, let's say.
I guess I'll jump in. I love the gold color. I think I echo what everybody's been saying. I think I'm also drawn to this piece. I think also the composition really locks together really beautifully. The way you're dancing us around with the reds and how they pathway us through. But then what I love that you adjusted with this composition is to block us back into the painting. So the perspective pulling us off, then moving us back around through the red. I think that's working really beautifully. I think it allows us to not find the figure. I think there could be a narrative, the figure in the pool. Is there a narrative that we're overlooking this figure? Is the figure, you know, in your sketch, the kid almost falls into the water. So are we ignoring the figure? And I'm wondering, like, there's enough room to move around in this piece and to follow those breadcrumbs of red throughout the arrows. And then I think the palettes are very tight in these two paintings, and I love the movement and the shift, but I miss a little of those breadcrumbs. I mean, I see the triangles becoming the strawberries, becoming the strawberry that moves me up, but so, you know, I feel the diamonds moving me to this diamond, but then there's this brushstroke in through here, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to enter that space or get pushed out of that space. So I see the pathways that you're kind of creating with that, but I don't like leave the pathway and kind of navigate through. So I think with this painting being, as you said, the work in progress, seems to me your initial, just reading into it, that your idea is to follow the blue through the composition. So the reverse of the blue to the red, but now the blue follows through. But I'm still kind of, that is kind of like locating in one section. And so how does that blue become this way that moves us through? And so I think I'm loving the palette in this piece and the energy and the excitement. I'm like, I don't feel as directed, navigated. I just like look at the figures and kind of look away. And so that's the big suggestion.
Thank you.
You sure? Okay. Lovely. Like I'm glad I dressed the part for take this off. And what an amazing way to start us off today with this blast of color. Beautiful stuff. I'm agreeing with a lot of what's said in sort of how you're using little shards and fragments of colors to kind of move us around is great. One of the things to kind of piggyback on a couple of things is you might consider how light or value plays a role in moving you around. I think in the three larger, or I guess all the large pieces, there's a lot of opportunity for depth, but you're kind of compressing the space, maybe intentionally. And you could use value, you could use changing in temperature, things like that to sort of play with depth a little bit, along with edge control, like how soft things get, how sharp things get. And there's a little confusion that way with sort of this, different varying, brushwork in sort of foreground and background. And maybe that's intentional, but just considering how light plays a big role could be interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
It's really beautiful. I got so excited about this work, and I love the color worlds that you have created in each of them. With the reed is more monochromatic and comes together, and then this one is more like analogous with a little bit of the opposite, so it brings us around. And then this one is complete opposite almost. And I love also the order of these three, so that we came off of reading this like slower and it's sort of like as a whole. And then this one is sort of with the red that's directing our eyes. And then this one is the contrast that's really like captured my attention. Really agree with everything being said. One thing I do like, if you notice, many comments is directed to this piece, and I think there is just a slight things for me too, is that when I read it, my eyes just keep getting back to here, and whereas I really wanted to look at the story here as well, but my eyes just got catch here a little bit. And then, I think the first comment is that how you can, play with a little bit more plane so that my eyes go in a little bit smoother, and then it will direct it really beautifully. Because it's like how you keep it all together here. It's just so beautiful, and I love your piece. Yeah, thank you so much.
So 1 minute.
Particularly drawn to this piece as well. One thing I just wanted to point out that you're doing extremely well that I really like is these moments right here and here where you're tying the figure together with the background, and the spaces next to one another is so successful. This is almost like a mini painting in itself back there. So I encourage you to keep doing that. And partly also I'm drawn to this because of that kind of balance between more like subtle versions of the higher chroma colors. To me, this one is really successful, but it doesn't have quite the same impact, maybe just because of the colors are sort of all at a higher saturation. So kind of playing a little bit more with that more muted version. So like back here, some of these colors read as red, but if you were to isolate them out, they're much more muted. And then that to me helps these have more of an emotional impact. And those are coming through extremely well in the studies too. And I really love the cut paper ones. So I encourage you to keep doing those too.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I love the countdown clock. It's totally cool. Yeah, so if you don't know the drill, everybody gets 12 minutes. Yeah. Whoa.
So that's going to be down stack. Amazing. Yeah, I'll do it. In this one. Just wrap it around. Come back. Put things in place. Is this where it is supposed to be? Do you want to put this in its own middle?
All right.
Okay, our next artist from the Modern Color Atelier is Linda Riegelsberger. Welcome. Kimberly. My name is Linda Riegelsberger. I was fortunate to study with most of you, I think, at some point at Gage. And from there, that inspired me to pursue studies in abstraction. So I joined Kimberly's Atelier to learn her approach to the fundamentals. And for the past year, I have participated in Kimberly's advanced mentorship program and supplemented it with further studies with Jeff Simmons in abstraction. So this body of work today is a result of those in-depth studies. My process is to take juicy, opaque, tube consistency oil paints without using solvents and apply them with palette knives to build multiple layers of texture. And all of these pieces are painted in this way except for Epic Reflections, which is rendered in acrylic using brushes. I enjoy using a limited palette and fairly low chroma to find luminosity and create cohesiveness. So my current pattern is abstracting still life forms and going deep to find variations, but at the same time honoring core artistic principles and keeping the work accessible, and then sometimes just breaking those principles on purpose. The four pieces on the right are part of an epic series. It's all derived from one single still life setup. Epic Illusion and Epic Mirage on the very right-hand side are based on distortions of form. Epic Reflections and Epic Dream, with these two middle pieces here, are several epics combined to make something bigger than itself. And the underpainting and history of marks have been allowed to show through the layers. Epic Dream is actually 6 separate pieces that flow into each other and can be rearranged and installed in multiple different ways. So that's just one presentation that you see here today. The 2 cubist boxes pieces here on the left are part of a series where geometric solids have been deconstructed and reimagined.
The white cloth plays with amping up juicy, glowing warm shadows and icy cold light. And finally, the Devonshire dumpling uses value and temperature in an unexpected way. This is breaking the rules. So instead of describing the light source and volume of the forms, they emphasize the relationship of flattened forms bouncing between foreground and background. And I want to say a very special thank you to Kimberly for nurturing me and for helping me to develop the tools I need to bring my artistic concepts to life. Thank you, my love. Just thank you all. This is my wonderful husband. I couldn't be on this artistic journey without you, my darling. I'm very excited to hear your opinions on this body of work, and also if you have a recommendation on which piece I should enter into best of picture. Thank you very much.
Say that.
I got it right now, that one.
Yeah.
It just keeps pulling my eye, and I just spend hours in there, and I just see figures, and I see moonscapes. I mean, I just see so many things happening in there, and the fact that you could actually flip them around, think, wow, that even makes it so I can see the potential other painting is actually kind of nice. So I mean, I think all the reflectivity that's happening in both dimensions is great. So I think that one is a showstopper for me. So cheers.
I'll follow up. Actually, yeah, that's what I see. I look at that one draws my eye. I suppose here's the thing about abstraction is you have, like all art, you have your ideas and opinions, and then we put it out to the viewers, and we have to let go, right? And they bring their own stuff to it. So not just abstraction, any art piece. I look at this, and because I'm paranoid, it reminds me of surveillance technology. You know, I look at this, and when I saw Epic Dream, I was like, is this about AI's kind of random dreaming and that sort of stuff? And it reminds me of when they take, you know, for instance, internet hubs and they turn them into cameras and all of that stuff. So there's this, for me, I'm just bringing all this stuff to it, but that's the beauty of abstraction. And I think, you know, in some ways that references a little bit what Mike was saying is we can see so much in there, right? And the mark making is so layered, and there's that subtle little hit of the red that kind of pops in through it. I think it's quite beautiful. The work generally is quite beautiful. I suppose, you know, I can see echoes of this going on here. For whatever reason, when you have the softer mark making, I feel like maybe it's just my lack of exposure to other abstract pieces. I feel like that it feels like more original to me. Whereas when I look at stuff like this and stuff like this, I'm like, well, you know, I've kind of seen this before. We could use that argument for anybody's artwork in this room, including my own, right? So it's not to take away from you, but just for me, I find this more exciting as a result. Whereas these, you know, just of less interest as such.
Okay, so you haven't seen something like this before?
Well, I mean, you know, who knows? I have a terrible memory, but it is a lovely piece.
Yeah, it's kind of deco.
Yeah, it is a beautiful piece. I don't know if I'd be swapping things in and out of it. I would just decide on paintings of this ilk and then go with it. I'd love to see one of these taken up and then really blown up, which my students will tell you I say all the time, but there is a certain impact to that. You know, there's a certain intimacy in a small piece, and there's a certain kind of universality to an arch piece that might be worth exploring.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things I really appreciate about these is that you guys can't really see from all the way back there, but when you get close here, there's all sorts of stuff happening with the ways that the paint is applied, plus the interaction with the underpainting. Because like on this one, for example, several of them, you can see the kind of red from behind. There's all these like really subtle sort of red lines in interaction with materiality. And it's nice when something can draw your attention from far, and then you come in and it's like, oh wow, there's a whole micro world happening here. And it's interesting what Mark was saying in terms of reading into abstraction. I mean, I'm seeing this as a still life. It looks so much like a still life to me. But throughout, they feel like it's almost like they're alive. They're sort of like an organism in a sense. And I think some of the way that the color and the subtle shifts go around. There's a sense of real movement. And that's another thing that I really like about these is all of the sensitivity to color temperature relationships. And it's interesting, you were saying that one kind of breaks the rules. And I suppose, I mean, I would not disagree with what you were saying, but for me, this is like such a nice example of color relationships. I feel like it's like, that doesn't feel like it's breaking them. It feels very harmonious to me. I would also, some of these I could imagine really big to amplify that interaction of like, you see this big experience and then you come in and see like all this little world when you come up close, and it could stretch that relationship that you already have going here.
So one of the big decisions that abstract artists have to make, and it's definitely true in your case, is how do you deal with space? So in other words, in this one, the space is really completely denied. So we're not feeling any sense of three-dimensionality. Whereas in this one, you know, we've got an ellipse there, we've got a base going back in space. So I really feel like you're at this crossroads right now in terms of trying to decide which, because there's many directions suggested by these paintings. And many artists that I'm kind of feeling in the background, Razziel Gorky, for example, is one artist I'm thinking about when I look at this one. If you want to look at two like completely opposite extremes of the way abstract artists deal with space, Razziel Gorky denies space, you know, like the abstract expressionist. And then there's an artist named Al Held, who I find absolutely fascinating. And his stuff is totally abstract, and it's not about anything in particular, and yet it has tons of perspectival space. So it's like the opposite extreme. So, you know, I think that's going to be a really important decision that you need to make, you know, going forward. Is do you want to incorporate, because dimensional abstraction is the whole deal. Just because it's abstract doesn't mean it doesn't have dimension. But do you want to incorporate dimension, or do you want to go more in a flat? And by the way, this is a great example. We were saying that all of us atelier instructors are not trying to produce mini-me's. Well, you think about the contrast between just the first two artists studying with the same instructor and completely opposite, polar opposite approaches to making art. Yay.
Real quick, congratulations. So nice to see sort of your maturation as an artist, and well presented, by the way. I just commend you for that. To go along a little bit with what Tanaya said, to see the care and the thought about those two experiences, both from the distance and up close, in the way your material and your mark making is huge, right? And that just brings so much more to the artwork. And then as you were saying, you get up close, you see that sort of the history of the buildup, kind of in there, and then just the care and sort of the directness and how you're putting down your mark making. It's you know, really satisfying, very satisfying. Keep that up.
Thank you.
No, 40 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. So what I was going to say is to build on what we've been saying. I love the matte-ness of the paint. I think that allows us to color in a really beautiful way. I love getting up close and seeing these really amazing color shifts that are happening through here and here. When I get really up to these pieces, when I get up close and press against them, I get a sense of what it feels like to experience these pieces. So I think there's a good transition. I would say, like, what's left on the table for me of things to kind of continue to develop is where that starting point is. You know, I'm just going to finish my thought. So
you are taking something, folding it, shifting it, reversing it, layering it, compressing it. And we are coming up with many different ways. But I think that initial starting point, while it doesn't need to be a container filled with meaning, it does have to have the ability to break down and land and break down and fall apart. Versus, I just want to kind of say that when we're looking at these just upside down kind of flower or plants, it's not that plants can't have a role, but that part of what I think works really well is how the forms can both be located in space, fall apart from that space, and then compress with that space back and forth. So we need a little bit to grab. I feel like it's successful when there's a little to grab to, but then also when that part falls away, it becomes way less meaningful. I think that tension is a nice thing to continue.
The tension between space and flatness?
Yeah, the tension also between finding it, recognizing it, landing on it, and then having it fall apart, both for you being able to just abstract it, but also have something to come back to concrete, and having, and maybe think about where that starting point is, and can there be a little bit more of that container? Can there be a little bit more intention with what you start with as a place to kind of build on?
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Erica, thanks for bringing me up this morning. I was dying. Oh my God.
They were in, or they were gonna be in.
Okay, so you just move them wherever way you want.
Well, this might be.
They're in chrono order. Did you put the flag in the back? Yeah, I put that.
Is that right? That's okay.
Do you want them high or low?
So this is.
I put them all up high.
High up actually as you can, like.
There you go.
Like between the two.
They're really emotional.
Even this one. Yeah. Oh my God. What? This is great.
You got it?
Yeah. So creative. Good. Do you want these moved? This is or at least on this side can get a clear view. I think it looks.
Do we have another clap?
Is that a lot more done?
It might pop up. Let's see what
It looks great. Oh well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. You know, they know.
Yeah.
All right, folks, this is Susie Frazier's work from our KOH contemporary program. All right.
What a heartfelt. Thank you. I'm Susie Frazier. I've been in KOH for 4 long years.
Who's the longest for?
Back of me, but watch out, the rest of you. I just want to say a big thank you to Gage, because
last 4 years, having so much fun and meeting such great people and finding so much joy and also like exquisite frustration. You know me. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm already having separation anxiety about leaving, but Marcus promised me a group hug, so. Anyway, these are in chronological order since February, I guess, of this year, and you can see I also appreciate low chroma and subtle distinctions between things. These are rice paper prints with acrylic that form a lot of the background and some of the forms. This is a big Tyvek banner, also with acrylic monoprinting. This one, as you can see, is a little bit different than the others because I did a master copy of a painting of Mark's, and then I did my dad in the style of kind of. Then I experimented with this style, and then I've just been experimenting, figuring out how much does the background contribute to the foreground, the process, like how much do I pay attention to what the background is first. Anyway, that's all I gotta say. I want to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Great, awesome, strong body of work. I'll kick it off. My favorite piece is this piece. I'm interested in this one because it's letting the material, the collage element, do the work for you. It's just built out of color blocks. The figure is there. We don't need it illustrated on top of it. So this one to me is the strongest piece in terms of your two different sort of modes of working, really stitching together as an object and as an image. This one I also find interesting because in some ways it's not really hiding what it's made of, where some of these start to hide the collage element, but rather allowing it to also become part of that sort of illustrated image that we're seeing. And so having the pattern move across the flesh, I think is actually very interesting. And then lastly, I'm very interested in this color moment where you're creating a transition between these cools and these warms with that magenta that sits in between them as an analogous color. That is something I think to really pay attention to and incorporate more and more.
Okay,
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's been great to have you at Gage, by the way. I've totally enjoyed getting to know you and you know, getting to work with you a little bit and talk with you about making work. And you're sort of showing us sort of some of the things that we've talked about in terms of the figure and getting some things sort of land right. So I love to sort of see that evolution. I'm interested, like, so you brought that sort of master copy portrait of your father. Is that going to play a role in sort of what the outcome of these will look like, or is that just sort of another piece you did sort of thing?
Yeah, it's just kind of like, here I started out just in paint, and then I have added these other aspects.
Yeah, because you know, dealing with sort of flattening the space with what some of these are sort of doing, you know, that has a much more about form and light, and I just curious if that is going to play more of a role in these images. Something to ask yourself, you know, like is light, form, are those important or not? And kind of like what Kimberly's getting at with the second one from me is like you're letting go more of three-dimensionality, and you know, is that the avenue you want to take? By the way, I kind of imagine like a whole room sort of wrapped in this print, and we just kind of immerse ourselves into this sort of weird color space. Maybe stuff's projected onto us as we walk through it as well. You know. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, Susie.
So I'm going to throw you a curveball, which is I want you to consider maybe the Tyvek piece isn't finished, and maybe you could add a figure or two to the Tyvek.
Yes.
Because yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite strong enough just on its own as an abstraction. Because it misses the tension of these others, with the figure versus that collage print background. And it offers a ton of possibilities in terms of how you could interact with that. I have to say, I mean, facial expression is one of my things. So I'm the most drawn to this one. I think it's very cool. How did you instruct your model to pose?
That model is my child who just behaves that way.
She just what?
She just behaves that way.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I find that one fascinating. I mean, and I love the way it sort of suggests Maori face tattoos in the way the background is interacting with the flesh.
I want to jump right on that because that's really leading in. I keep seeing potential in here, which I don't, which is the relevance of the pattern to the portraiture, and it feels like a lot of the pattern is your mark making, is your pattern. But for example, like specifically that little piece right in there and that piece in there, that has like mountains of potential, symbolically, content-wise, and not necessarily narratively. But I feel there's a lot of room, especially with Mahmoud Khalil, pattern in Islamic cultures is a huge thing. And not to appropriate, but to be able to have that be part of the, there's potential for huge content. Discussions rather than narrative. And me, I'm driven by that drops me down a whole level. Maybe I'm less formal, but I feel like that there's huge potential in that. Like, it's and the figure coming out of its cultural context, that to me already just opens up like levels of interpretation. So it's potentially massive, but it's gorgeous. I look forward to more conversations with you.
Likewise.
One of the things that's a question for me as I look at the work and how different each piece is less of the approach of it and how the composition is kind of working. And the composition, including how the figure gets lost in the background and comes through. These last three pieces, to me, as I look at them, each have a really different proposal for how composition can be interacted. I find myself drawn to this first one where it's just really straightforward. The image is busy, so the figure is just like looking at us, and then the conversation is about how those shapes come forward, layer and push and shift, and how each of those moments kind of fit inside that space. Yeah, I'm talking about this one right here, and how we just, it is just like a very straightforward grid that mirrors the face, but then we get this moment where it almost comes across and then it breaks up here, and the way the color kind of runs almost tangent, which pulls us forward more, how the hair kind of becomes these stripes across these dark spaces that we can fit more pattern in. So to me, the composition is really straightforward and simple, and I think that works really beautifully with the complexity of the image. It allows me to just kind of play with those colors. And then we get to the other two, and there seems like a very different proposal for how composition. The figure is dynamic. There's a figure ground. There's like value starting, lights and dark value starting to come through, where we're like silhouetting the figure, and then adding additional elements and dealing much more with like the diagonals. And so I'm curious to see, as you kind of continue, like, does it become a dynamic composition, and where you're really experimenting with that composition? And in that case, I'd love to see the body of the figure, so that we can like start to see it as a larger form, so that that figure ground dynamic relationship has a little bit more to play with. And so it doesn't just feel like a figure background. So that's something that, as it gets more dynamic, I want to see more of the figure, just is the way I'm seeing this.
2 minutes.
To piggyback on some of what's already been said, this dialogue between the collage and the representation of form, and almost seeing it like kind of a story across, where we have much more like form over here, collage kind of supporting, and then it's like, okay, what form collage kind of competing, and then collage defeats form. Collage wins, you know. Like kind of what Jeff was saying, I think that there's room to explore paint application in a more abstracted way that kind of that there's levels of resolution and abstraction with paint being applied, so you can have more of a bridge between paint application, description of form, and transition to collage. And so I think there's more to explore between those worlds and how they talk to each other.
Piggyback on everything he said. I felt like for me, you celebrate, you have a personal mark making that, you know, that's come from you and is very unique. And then the color intensity, your love for color intensity, and also the form actually is getting less and less as you come this way. And then if you take a look, I think in the beginning, it's actually more about layering and dissolving the form, right, in these two pieces. And so it's more like layering. And then coming over here is more about collaging. And I felt like they all take importance in this process as I'm looking at your progress. And so I guess maybe think about if this is your latest, then right now the collage is taking, you know, more of a precedent. However, I also found your form very strong, and that layering technique is very like those flower motifs. And also, I wonder what if you do like just big motif of the mark making, and then imagine like all these faces become very small and blend in with the motif. What about that? And I think that might be is something I was like thinking about in that piece over there, you know, just kind of reverse it and see how, you know, where it goes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's where you start. Oh, she's okay, that's what I think. Yeah. Okay. Without slowly, because you'll just need yeah, so I'm also going to like I wish I the little pumpkin one that they have to go all the way to the right on a higher easel. Just make sure these are tight and yeah. Lower the easel. Lower the easel. Take this off. You have like a principal order. I'm gonna do 2 big ones in here, smallest one. And then I'll sandwich the 2 arrows here. Let's see if
I like them more than the silver ones.
no, it's okay. Just the second page there.
I like them. Yeah. you can go a little bit intense.
Like here. Is it just these five or more? Oh my God. You have like a color.
Doesn't seem to want that. Sorry. You just want to try it.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, from our Atelier Program, Melia Dodge.
Everyone, I'm grateful to be here for the third time. If you're sick of me, I'm officially done in a month. I know. Yeah, so it's been a journey for sure. And yeah, like I said, I'm graduating. My next move is that I have a solo show office in 2026. It's been super exciting. It will be continuing this body of work here. So if you're not familiar, these are primarily charcoal drawings on top of an acrylic painted background. So try as I might to start my painting journey, I keep getting sucked back into drawing, which I'm just going with the flow. But yes, these two pieces here with the double figures were kind of my initial explorations into full painting. It's all acrylic, and yeah, they were kind of one-offs. I started to make a series of them, but they ended up being so, totally different aesthetic worlds. They just kind of became their own explorations. So wanted to kind of represent my initial explorations with paint. And I'm open to technical feedback as always, but I'm really interested to hear from you all about moving into a cohesive body of work, which you find to be successful or intriguing or not about these pieces in the middle. My conceptual language for the body of work I'll be making for this show is still growing and developing, but I'm going to be, in brief words, moving away from not just having the figures in the landscape, but kind of superimposing the landscape into the figures, also moving into working with animals, insects, pattern making, and things of that nature. So that's kind of
to start off because by saying, I'm not a painter, but, so to that end, in terms of the drawing, I would focus on these guys, having seen that other body of work. To that end, the way, that figure, that little bit of light on the side of her face, where she's interacting with the landscape in a way, or the world is interacting with her. In previous, like it's figure ground, that piece where that figure in the ground is starting to actually cross into each other feels like an exciting place. And you can do it in drawing. Like you don't have to do it in painting. And doing it in drawing it feels like a strong way to break the figure up because they're so strong. Break them up by the landscape and make them integral. I mean, they're integral to the landscape, but they can actually jump in and out a bit more of that landscape. I feel like the same way that first body of work with the slats, the figure jumped in out of the ground. So that feels like it's a solid,
I love your calligraphy lines, and I thought you are actually bringing that in your paintings, and that beautiful fuchsia line that's having a very high color intensity with the green. That's beautiful, and I think that might be the way you enter into the painting world, and I love that. And that's how you are also like combining kind of like what Mike said. You are bringing in the calligraphy line with the glowing warmth. I think this is working really great.
So I do think that using light as a focal point is is a really strong tool. And so my eye keeps getting drawn back to this one because it's the only one of the pictures where the light is really focused and it just draws us right into that face. And it's got a whole glow to it. Yeah. So, and that could go with what you're already doing, but it would add this strong element that I think would could be very effective. And this one is really complicated in terms of the foreshortening, but it doesn't quite work. Yeah, I mean, the head is sort of out of proportion with the figure, and yeah, I can't quite make out where the trunk is compared to the legs and the knees.
Mel, always, it amazes me how much work you produce. Big monster work, super ambitious. I just feel exhausted. This is so tired. I mean, drawing can take so long, at that scale. The thing that Gary brought up with light in this painting is something that I was kind of wanting a little bit more of in your drawing. And you're kind of bringing that orange glow of that background. And I was kind of wondering, like, are you wanting to delay sort of or sort of postpone the center of focus, which would be the portrait, by sort of bringing us back to that sort of sunsetty kind of dusk or dawn light? And if so, then you're being sort of successful. But if you're wanting like that knee and that hand and that face stuff to kind of come forward, you might consider letting that glow a little bit more. And I would look into mixing your media a little bit. Kind of what Mike was saying about sort of opening up the form a little bit to the environment. See what like some liquidy kind of mark making tools could do in your drawing. So it's not strictly sort of the charcoal, With what Gary was saying, it's sort of tricky when you work from like source material. I'm assuming you didn't have the model posed this way.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, they were both like Mila was literally in the ocean with kelp, like covered in kelp.
Did you take photo source then? Okay.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind when you might stitch together a few aspects or consider like the lens and stuff like that, so that you're aware of what the reproduction will be when you make it, right? And so I think you're just kind of stuck with the fact that source gave you a larger, you know, whereas that one didn't, you know, like that one was done well, where it has more of an infinite vantage point, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I learned a lot about taking photos and composition with this one, because I did just struggle against the source material the whole way through.
Yeah.
So, a lot of lessons, which, you know, I applied to this
You
one.
know, at some point, you'll also just, you'll learn to use that and invent your way through it, and sort of manipulate as needed. So, you're definitely on that track.
When I look at these two and how they hold together really well as a set, talking about being interested in kind of building bodies of work. Although I agree what's being said about the photo distortion here, one of the things that kind of holds these two pieces together is that like X-shaped composition that is kind of sitting in, and why I find this one really dynamic is that you both have that X-shaped composition, but then we have these moments where we angle off of it, whereas this one does have that X-shaped composition and stays that way.
Yeah.
There is that beautiful pink line that brings this in, but in addition to that piece, it also kind of turns and makes room for the viewer. The figure turns from us and becomes this like triangular plane where we both have a side and a side, that then we kind of move across into this space. And so I think when we're talking about that idea of landscape and building imagery and how the figure interacts with the landscape, it's also like, is this a piece that's coming, is this figure coming out at us and the whole space is coming out at us? Or are we kind of moving into it? And to me, that's the big difference between those two compositions. It seems like this dovetails a little better with your ideas, but it also can make a very flat composition. Yeah. So figuring out how to use lighting and lighting from behind to bring us around that composition as well. But I love the use of drawing to painting. I think that I can viscerally feel it in a way that I love.
Yeah, I'm really attracted to this piece very much. To me, this is the strongest. And then again, the oblique angle, the light in that one, elements to bring into this. But I love the limited palette in both of these, the kind of Lisa Yuskavage kind of recent body of work, really having just a limited analogous palette. Love in this one the taking away, like the erasure out is a way of incorporating figure and ground, literally on the surface. And that's very strong to me. Similar to what Emily's kind of pointing out too, is compositionally what I'm interested in this one in particular, is that the figure is creating the dynamics of the composition rather than figures just being plopped into a rectangle. And I love that dynamism. I've seen that in your work in the past before, and I think it's a real strength of yours. Love the drawing element. Love it.
1 minute.
Similarly, I think some of the unsung heroes of really successful compositions are the supporting elements, right? So the vignetting here is allowing us to really focus on that, and those are like critical decisions of how it's vignetted. Whereas like this one, like we don't have as much vignetting and integration to focus on there. I do really like the primal quality of both of these and how they tie together, and they do feel like they relate. In terms of the drawing and painting juxtaposition, similarly, like drawing is like my first love too, and is that ancient language of how those two things talk to each other, and I think there's a lot to explore in that realm. So I wouldn't just like write off the painting side. I know you're not, but but and that there's more to play with that dynamic. Anyways, but yeah.
I also would like to, I think looking at Paulo Riego's work and how it gets a little bit more awkward there, and you know, as we get that, I love that word primal, and I think that there's something in the messiness of her work, and somebody who deals with the drawing.
And that like disproportionate, you know.
Yeah, and her whole like women is dog series. You know, like, there it is.
So that's a really important name if you're not familiar with her work. She's Spanish or
Yeah, but she's then associated because she lived in London.
Yeah, Paula Rego.
Yeah.
Yeah, R-E-G-O. Yeah.
She's Portuguese. Yeah, she has a big museum. Yes. Yeah.
Narrative, figurative work, very strong.
I think that was it.
Yeah. All right, thank you. R-E-G-O. I don't know, like, yeah, there's a bunch of books that you get shifting.
Building models of her figure. There's so many things on here.
What is about building models?
It's a whole amazing book of how she built them. I know, because she does work with models, but for media. So she's like life size. Yeah. So I have a book on just overviews.
The outside.
And like just
Wow. No idea.
Find ways to really to find ways to work with observation.
Yeah. Never done photos.
Yeah, she does.
And she's still with us, right?
She died 3 years ago.
Oh.
2 years ago.
Okay, it's just now.
Yeah, recently. Stuff like she's too crude. I think she's always just talking of like, it's always just about she brings
Oh, what? Yeah, the bunch of books.
Do you want me to scoot it back?
And what was the last
Read.
Is it like so big?
No, that's true, yeah.
How do you make it? Work it off right. Remove it?
Okay, folks. So from the KOH Atelier, Erin Besch is first.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for everyone. I don't want to say too much because I do want to hear most of the feedback, initial impressions, feelings, emotions that you get from the work.
Okay, I got a question. Could you talk a little bit more about that one on the far right?
Sure. What would you like to know?
So what, in your mind, what's coming out of the water? What's that purple element?
So that is a sea stack from the cliffs of Mourne, take it from the perspective of the water view.
Okay.
Experimenting with.
And the face in it?
That just happens to be the face of the rock.
Uh-huh.
I didn't see it. Now that's all I can see.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gary.
No, you'll never be able to unsee it now.
This is so luscious. I mean, so the word number is just, it's just like celebration of like rich life and color. And I mean, it's about light and it's about like, it's what paint does, you know, and just in terms of colors is so, I mean, just, I light coming through clouds is just like one of the most gorgeous sorts of things I think it's ever done. So yeah, I think you did a masterful job of it. So I'm just like, yeah.
I am loving the interplay of the transparent ground with the more openly built areas is really exciting to me. As a devoted modernist, I love when a form visually is nearest to us, but physically in terms of the surface is actually the furthest thing away from us. That is like just buzz. I love that so much. In this one, I'm really attracted to you going from that high transparent chroma into deep, rich, thoughtful neutrals. And so I love the range of color you're getting in here. I'm craving a little bit more of that in this piece. You're starting to get some of those. I almost want this sky to drop back neutral. Amazing what you're doing even monochromatically in the way that intense blue in this one actually does hold space. I don't think this one does quite yet. I think it's competing with the fire in a way that's not advantageous compositionally, but beautiful work. You are a real color expert.
Really beautiful work. Super strong designs from far away. I particularly like in this one the kind of depth you're getting in just that sort of hot pink color. There's sort of a multi-layering aspect to the texture, and it just has like a vibrancy to it. I'd like to see more of that. Maybe in this one feels a little bit more just like an underpainting. And like in the one with the fire, you're getting that as well. There's just so much richness and depth to the color, and then also just kind of letting having a few more variety of types of brush marks, like this sort of smoky haze here, and then I love the specks with the sparks. It just gives like multiple levels of interest, even the texture on the bark. I think it's really successful there, and then like subtle things, like even in the dark in here, there's a little bit of that coming through. Like Kimberly was saying, in the sky one, I think you could get a little bit more of that potentially. It's super compelling from far away, but maybe not quite as dynamic up close, particularly with clouds too. You know, a lot of times it disappear as it comes into focus. It's very, very sharp all at the rim. The inside of it has so much depth and richness because things sort of come in and out of focus. You have some softer moments, some crisper moments. So with the blue of the sky and then the rim of the clouds, you could maybe play a little bit more with sort of staggering warms and cools, maybe having some of the warmth showing through, or letting some spots get softer and lost. But yeah, really beautiful.
Yeah, striking work, beautiful stuff, really luminescent, you know, like the ability just to present like a sense of light, like brightness, is a challenge. Like, you know, paint can just get real muddy, as you know. This is great that way. The thing that you know, like the first one with the street light and the leaves, like there's something really subtle. Like it's really beautiful. I love the design element. I love the point of view. I also love just like, if I was to describe the scenario, that would be very like a pictorial version of that scenario, and well done, well accomplished. In the beach scene, I think you're fighting with sort of like what you want it to feel like, in terms of like if you were there and present on the left half of it, you know, you get much more like, yeah, my eye would be just like so like my pupils would just be like dealing with this, and then I couldn't make out, you know, that information. But then it's like fighting with like, well, would I really see that and that as strikingly, you know? Whereas here you got such a subtle like, yeah, my eye is adjusted to that light, and that would be kind of dark and secondary. So, you know, really continue to think about like kind of how you want that sensation and where you want to draw into that. Okay, so that said, I love when I see little like just weird kind of moments that like, yeah, it's kind of like how reality is, but that's just kind of a fun little spot to kind of paint or draw. And you have it in like every one of these, and all these little things are like, it looks like that was so satisfying to kind of do. Keep doing it like that. Like you should be excited about. And then, sorry, one more thing. This could be like so easily just like, oh, I've got my little succulent bulb that I'll just repeat 9 million times. But every one looks unique and different. And the same could go with the fire and the clouds. Like it feel like the same poof or the same like sort of flame or leaf, but you're really nailing sort of the variety aspect of it that life gives. So well done.
I'd like to see you experiment with getting more complicated in terms of broken color, because you know, these are all fairly simple in terms of palette, and yet nature is so complex. You know, I mean, it's one of the things that drives me crazy about photography is that the camera flattens things. You know, it doesn't see all the subtle reflected lights and all the subtle interactions between color bouncing all over the place. So, you know, I think you should look at artists who are using broken color and blending warms and cools. Same thing with edges. You know, I think at this point, your edges are a little monotonous. You know, you're relying on hard edges almost exclusively. And both of those things, you know, making the color more complex and having more of a variety of edges are a way of giving more depth to your work. You know, so it's not as one-dimensional.
I just wanted to say that I love looking at this painting. Just the experience of feeling like I'm both in space and out of space, and then the feeling of turning my head and my eyes refocusing. I thought that was so beautifully described of what we're kind of missing from this piece, that our eyes would focus on this and then it could kind of fall back. But then there's also beautiful ways in which you bring us back into the composition with this little stick and how we kind of like move through the movements. And I find that because it's a tree and because it like turns and grows and shifts and because it's filling the composition, it's doing that for us. And but then when we get kind of to these edges, you kind of lose interest and it kind of just peters out. Versus here where the kind of dissolving of it has pathways back in. And I think to me, the last painting, I think compositionally is interesting, but I kind of put it in that unfinished category where I don't do that with the one right next to it. I think because there's no, I look at it, the unfinished area, it doesn't, there's no pathway back into the rest of the painting. So I guess, is it,
so this piece on the far end, this is the very first piece I did. And then this piece was my first exploration with underpainting with magenta. Finding out that I actually ordered the wrong magenta because I wanted magenta. So I had this mostly as an experiment and then put the details in this piece.
Yeah.
So you can see the kind of difference between.
I love that transition. Thank you for articulating that because that is what I see. I see this as an idea that then gets grabbed and pulled in a really beautiful way.
And then this was my first attempt at a very large piece, and it was done in under 2 months. So the time frame I had to complete it in. So it's great to hear everyone's feedback on this because if I were to spend more time on it.
Yeah.
What is in the background of this one, the dark shade?
So those are succulents from Burn in Ireland. They're very, very, very tiny, less than half an inch. And Burn is this really beautiful limestone karst landscape, and there's all these cracks and crevices with little microclimates and plants growing through. So I was really interested in that.
I like the way it kind of becomes a body, and I kind of shift back and forth. There's a real, it does what this does compositionally. It keeps me moving and shifting in a nice way because it's organic plants that are layering. I mean, that's just kind of like what happens. I think it's interesting how the scale works. They're both monumental, but I almost like adapt to it really quickly. Like I would adapt to just being in front of this as a scene.
One last comment?
I love the curvy organic lines. I think it's really beautiful, and it also felt like like very organic. And I really enjoyed this. I've seen it hang in at Gage, and I'm like, oh wow, beautiful. And it's that glow that you plus plus the organic line and all those variations in the scale that you got. It's just luminous. And the same here. And I felt like each painting you are exploring just like one section of the color wheel. Like this is complementary, and then the transparency and the opaqueness of it, and then this is more like a monochromatic sort of like exploration, and then this one more over there is more like analogous. So it feels like every one of this you have a particular interest in the piece, and you just dive right in and explore it. So I actually really enjoyed this. This does feel a little bit unfinished. However, I really am attracted to how mysterious things are and what's going on, So definitely pushed it more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. Well, no. Zoe.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Zoe throws some pieces that are like figures that are. She has a huge studio in Fort Collins, Colorado. Zoe Frank. What's that? Has she had her twins? That's my understanding. Oh.
She has another kid on the way. Yeah.
Balancing kids on the hip while painting. There's that one.
I'm teaching well, I'm TA line.
700? Oh my God, what platform is she teaching it through?
So we critique everything on Mighty Network.
On what? Mighty Network. So is she running it?
She's running it.
Where do you want?
One moderator.
Maybe a little bit.
Very highly in this like
What's the second?
it's amazing.
And
He's just like, oh, well, I don't know what
Coffee, but you can
he's just sitting there drawing and arguing. I wonder how face looks. It's just like a picture. He is so she like
Way to go.
like
Not here?
yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
You write it for
and then once again you
Well,
and he's just like once again, you know, and another copy.
I think we need
It's so good.
Want to put that one here?
Which one?
The one you just put on top? Oh, you were hoping to put another one on top.
Yeah.
We had another one. No, we have a smaller one, so. Oh, cute. Maybe with one more.
Where'd you go?
Do we have more tabs?
Yeah, there's
Oh, yeah. That's too tall. Another little guy here. That one might. We've got another. Lily's got another question.
I know, down here, there wasn't even a. Now.
Another presenter from the KOH Contemporary Atelier. Nick right here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Nick. I'm a fourth-year student in Mark's wonderful program. I'm just happy to be here. I'm not going to talk too long, and I appreciate any feedback you can give me.
Nick, looks like you got a couple of my passions up here. One, coffee, kind of my vice. Lovely collection of work here. Couple thoughts I had was on sort of the way you're sort of dealing with the surface here and sort of, sort of alternate sort of methods of putting sort of that material down on that ground. I think it'd be interesting if you sort of drag some of that through the coffee cup, or whatever object you had, and fragmented a little bit and then brought it back out of there. But sort of the randomness of this against sort of the clarity of that, like I kind of want to see a little bit of interplay with that language. This reminds me of someone who used to teach at Gage, Eric Elliott. He's got a series that's kind of reminiscent of this in a way. You're getting some really interesting kind of play of like, oh, that's how that feels, but then wait a minute, that's completely sort of left abstract. So there's some really interesting sort of studies in this. What was I had another thought, maybe it'll come back to me. But yeah, my big thing is just how material in mark making language and stuff like that can really, pull not just out of here, but across your subject too. Think about that.
I'm of course crazy about the color snippings over here and the coffee pot. Not just because I love color blocking and color interactivity, but because those are the ones where the color actually engages the entire composition. I love that it's not just the singular object, but the colors from the environment and that are huge chunks and swaths of real estate of the rectangle influencing and affecting that. And so the figure ground relationships and those are just way more interesting and complex than these. I'm not really interested in any of these. They're too chalky, too white. The objects either need to be really sharp and pop, but they're not quite doing that. So it's these to me and the potential of this, again, where the whole composition is actually creating and dissolving color interactions. This one I also find interesting though too, even just a little bit of a vignette of engaging with and admitting the structure that's part of it. And then the wonderful moving into that cooler shadow there, really beautiful color moments. You're a great painter.
Thank you. I would just say from a drawing perspective, it feels like sometimes some of the ellipses and some of the perspectival things they're not quite lining up. And so I feel like, and then you're good enough to know that. So I'm going, okay, you're gonna do that. I mean, these are gonna be great on in some of this kitchen counter, but if you wanted to actually bend those even further, that would seem to be the logical thing to do. Like, let's go ahead and bend those things, because that we can do still like, but if we, so like the dice are not quite lining up, it's more interesting to me if they listen to have them not line up. And that I think, because I love the transparencies that we're on. If you do both, then you're kind of getting into sort of a surreal world where I've got light, transparency, and surreal. It's really, it can be push it further, so we know that's what's going on.
Yeah. When I look at the work, I'm looking at three separate ideas of where complexity and content can kind of dive in, like where are you digging in? Like here, it feels like there's a little bit more narrative, and there's, obviously the pill bottle, very loaded, small in a big space, mark making, time happening with these like staggering Rainier cans. And then this looks like it's like you're digging in through material exploration, like a surface relationship. And here you're like reflective, complex color. And I'm curious as to how all these things could kind of come together. It seems like they start to do here. Like what is it that we're really looking at? Yes, these are, other than the dice, these are all things we drink. But like there is something that it feels like you're searching for the thing that's going to be the part where you dig. Like, is it going to be you're telling a story narratively that with these objects? Are you going to be experimenting with surface? Are you going to be experimenting with color? And I feel like each of those areas have a lot more to offer. With the material explorations, I think it's a beginning. I think it's an interesting beginning. I'm partial to floating canvases, but I'm not seeing why a coffee cup in that sense. Whereas like when it comes to the espresso, like it's about color, it's about reflective, and that's a faceted object. So it like does exactly what it needs to do. And obviously a pill bottle like brings us to a place very quickly. And so I'm interested in how like these ideas could slow down this idea a little bit. And like where are you really digging in? They seem like proposals of this idea, really beautiful proposals, but like places to nest.
I mean, it really seems, I think you have tons of potential as a storyteller based on this piece. I mean, I remember seeing this piece at Gage and finding it really fascinating. So, you know, the interaction between the scribbles in the background and the smiley face and the pill bottle. So, and you know, that's really the only one that goes in a narrative direction. And so I would be very interested to see you explore that along with, you know, I mean, attention to surface is something that will go with all of your paintings, you know, whether they're narrative or just descriptive. But to combine the attention to surface with a strong narrative content, you know, I think that's really going to be a strong direction for you.
I'm particularly drawn to these studies are really beautiful. A lot of what we've been talking about with everyone's work is sort of that interplay between things getting lost and things coming forward. These are all super successful with that, and good subject for it, where moments like this get completely lost and tied in. The only thing I can think of with this one is that you're losing some of the clarity of light that you have in the study, and so maybe just listening to that more, it lost some of the chroma and kind of subtle color, as well as just the overall strength of the light, like the subtle gradation in the background. So if you like the study, I would maybe just listen to that more and bring that into the finished one a little bit more. On a more technical level with the Spindrift and the Rainier, to me, it's kind of stuck in between, is it realistic or more flat? It's very well painted, particularly the edges and like I love the glow on the can up there. But if you want it to have more form, potentially like you're doing on these, tie the shadows into the cast shadow a little bit more, or the environment, it's a little bit flat there. And then when you have the lettering, if you sort of turn the letters as well, that will help it wrap with the form. I think a lot of times when there's like a tattoo or lettering, we all kind of make it all the same value, and then that kind of flattens things a little bit. So I might do that to give it more form and light, or lean into the more, you know, flat sense of things.
Nick, what's our time? I can't see the time.
2:54.
Okay.
It seems like time and sequence is really important in your work, and as well as what folks are saying in terms of narrative, and it's really nice to explore with composition and materiality and et cetera. And I don't know if I'm reading into things, but like as a set, it feels like the dice at the end is part of this narrative of it's like roll the dice and we get these variations, et cetera, you know. So and with the coffee cups, it's interesting that they're all on these very, very vertical, you know. So I keep on asking myself, why, you know, what does that mean? What, you know, is there something about the verticality about coffee that is telling the story here, because it feels like it's wanting to tell a story, and I'm trying to figure out what that story is. And so I think like kind of what folks are saying, and I agree with, is this sort of narrative quality, even if it's between the paintings, and the composition and how form meets function, et cetera, is the way you can bring all this together and really bring it all to the next level. So bravo.
Hi Nick, I love that piece from last year, and I felt like today I look at all these works. One thing that is the singular thread that joins everything is the isolation. I feel it in every single piece, that the isolation, like yes, you know, it seems like this is the study of texture and layering, but if you imagine they put together without the spacing, every single one of that turn is speaking of isolation and mood. Like that's how I feel about these pieces, including that. And then that piece over there also, like, to me, point to isolation more so than this pieces here. These pieces really feel like you are diving in to study the color, but I think the overarching narrative and also the sensation you wanted to explore and express is the isolation, and I like it touched me. You know, it really touched me. Yeah.
Except that one's sort of the odd man out.
That's true.
I mean, isolation is a good. It all feels like isolation in a way. I mean, the underlying theme in all this is a thematic work. Is relationship with the drugs, relationship with the. I love the rolling the dice. Sometimes you get the espresso works, sometimes it doesn't. And so I think it really ties together in that whole overarching way.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, that's, Jeff kind of hit the nail right on the head at the start, but it's just throwing vices, everyday vices, right?
Yeah.
My board was you take it away from me now.
That one's not an everyday vice.
That was water. You know, it's like so what was something like?
Rose is 15 and we are 11.
Yeah,
Yeah, we might need to do like a stack. They kind of go. The big ones. They're going to be kind of chronological. So you want the pies or? Oh yeah, pies are. You don't have to put those in. I just brought that in case you did. Probably is that accurate? Yeah, but we also have the two small balls. Yeah, this would be all the way to the right. These will go, I think, maybe in the middle. What if we put we can put it on this one because it has the two. And you can't,
People tell me, oh, I really love it. You can't play. You know, if I wait a year, I have a better.
Got everything? I think so.
Right away, I just, well, I think it's good.
I know, but it's such a good problem to have. Thank you.
Oh, we're just trying to, yeah. I've got so much work. It's really important.
Yeah, but I don't think they're very important. We can put it at the bottom. It's my least favorite. I don't. We don't. It's Mark's page. Mark's like, we need this one.
Okay, folks, from the Cambridge Contemporary Atelier again, this is Rose Levit.
I'm Rose. I'm a third-year graduating student at Cambridge Atelier. I actually came to visual art from a former career as a professional circus artist, and so I've tried to bring a little bit of that into my work, but that's a theme that I want to incorporate more and more as I move forward. I've arranged it chronologically, so these first 3 pieces are my first year, the next 4 pieces second year, and then those last 2 pieces are from this year. So I love any and all feedback that y'all have.
Once again, you brought in some tempting little treats for us here. It's kind of funny to see the evolution. It's like you went through like a dark phase, and then now we're on the bright side of things. Some of my first reactions to like the second one from me, that's sort of the Tebow-esque. I would welcome a little bit more of a zoom in on those next time, and you got like the strong presence of light with your shadows, and like he did, you have sort of these lavender kind of colors in those shadows, really bold, but it's missing a little bit of the, like he would also have some sort of blown out kind of light to it too, and so I feel like you could disrupt some of the information in a couple of these areas that the light would distort specificity a little. And then that said, there's like a lushness to it. It's really, really exciting. And you had it back in those little eyes on the bed sort of thing.
It's a tablecloth, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Everyone thinks it's a bed.
Yeah. And then this seems to be like a departure. Is this like you're kind of almost getting a little bit more into sort of symbolic sort of painting as opposed to sort of a naturalistic kind of feel. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's something about the way this is a little bit more playful feel to your sense of form and the way you're using kind of the icons of the labels and stuff. Again, you're not losing information in that much, that many areas. It's all kind of laid out very clearly. So definitely an evolution in where you're going.
I'm really interested in that final piece. I think that's the one where you are really coming into fruition as an artist. You're engaging the picture plane with those flat lines, pushing us back into the boxes, but also pushing us forward. There's a really dynamic sense of space there. I think full on more is more. Yeah. And even when that more is contained in a jar, those are beautiful pieces. Seeing this makes me want to see now what this would look like with this development, but at that scale, so that that entire shelf of things is, you know, that big. And so a huge encompassing more is more context. You're just having a blast with that. It's really, really strong.
Yeah, piggyback on Kimberly's, that's actually what I wanted to combine is the circus piece with this. It reminds me of Mark Ryden. Do you know his work? Oh, you need to look at his work, Mark Ryden.
Pop surrealist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that would then take it, you know, again, from a sort of a mid-60s kind of pop to Mark Ryden, going into pop surrealism. And then I was like, so where did that go next? Because it sort of melts and it starts, you know, but that's the potential of what that can do if you want to make it that way. Anyway, you know.
And he shows at Rockland, which is actually in Seattle. Like he's a Los Angeles-based artist, but there is a whole gallery that's kind of being built around that pop surrealist work. So like that would be, they just opened up a new space. So. Yeah, I feel like I'm echoing exactly about that candy piece. I love how it is almost a grid that turns us in. I love how you are just as attentive to things that are moving out of the picture plane so that we, you know, imagine it just extending and extending and extending. I love the twist. I love the way I move in and out of space and the way you shift the temperature of the color of the boxes from that white boxes to the different types of browns and grays that are a background of this like really punchy labels. I do think you handled really beautifully the fact that there's a lot of words on that piece that I'm not sitting there just like laser focused on each word, even though there's like a ton of them. I think that when we come to the circus piece as well, I do find it sometimes like we all know words are like where our eyes go, even more than figures, they override figures. So I think you did a beautiful job moving us with that distribution of words as opposed to the just like everything in the composition leading into one moment. I feel like when I look at all this work together, I keep feeling like I'm looking for the eyeball within that, but given that I see it in the jar as well. So I'm kind of wondering, if as this expands, if there are like these like moments where the creepiness kind of comes back.
Yeah, I definitely want to lean more into like the horror side of it, or like at least the like very gentle like suggestion of horror with the eyeball or with the like the masks and stuff like that. I want to bring more of that.
I just think the word punch is just like punch. Like, you know, like something like it could even just be in the writing. Like it can be very subtle.
Yeah, you can definitely, because again, I mean, there's a place with the ice cream, I know I'm talking again, but there's just a love of the thing, but there's no commentary, there's no voice. And again, there's a hugely rich amount of commentary that can go off of that. So how you want to do it?
Yeah, I think this is a little dangerous as subject matter, just because somebody else owns it so much. And right now it's just sort of a one-off. I think Wayne Thiebaud's a really good person to learn from, but you don't want to do pieces that immediately people look at him and say, oh yeah, it's just like Wayne Thiebaud.
Yeah, I had just done a master copy of his piece Candies, and so I wanted to like apply what I had learned, so that's what that one comes from.
So, but here's the thing, is that you did learn something from this, and I wonder whether you want to apply it going forward, is that, some of these earlier pieces are super dominated by neutrals, which in my mind is not usually a good thing. And in the Wayne Thiebaud inspired piece, there's no neutrals at all. And is that a direction that you want to go? Because frankly, I know that some of the other people have admired, the neutrals that you're using for the candy boxes, but I would like to see more color everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, because Thibaut doesn't use any neutrals. And you're familiar with the range of his work, right? He's got the landscapes and he's got the figures and he's got obviously the pies and the ice cream and all that. So I think that if you're gonna go this deep into color, you want to experiment with having, there's tons of ways to suggest neutral without actually painting neutrals. Have it be an optical neutral as opposed to an actual mixed neutral. And well, Kimberly's nodding her head. I mean, she's all about that. So that first group of paintings we saw, there were really no neutrals at all, the very first presentation. So so that, I think that might be an interesting thing for you to explore.
These are really satisfying to look at. Just so fun to see how much fun it seems like you're having with the color. I would encourage you to do that more with the backgrounds and ground planes, particularly in the dark ones. There's often so much richness in the darks that's not always easy to see. So finding some color in there and or like texture variation, something to just give some interest. I don't mind the negative space on this one. I actually like it, the breathing room on that, but it is a little distracting just how uninteresting the surface is potentially, just in terms of maybe some more pull shifts or thick and thin, and something to give us something to look at there. I think you're doing that really nicely here in those moments with the empty boxes, starting to incorporate some of that broken color or hiding different brush strokes and playing with the warm and cool for a bit. So if you have a dark setup, you're finding some moments of that as well.
On the topic of, folks brought up Mark Brydon and the sort of the sickly sweet type of like horror show kind of thing. On a narrative level, if you wanted to push that a little further, you just would flat out turn these into bacon strips. Like it's just like candy and dripping meat. I mean, it's a territory that is already, has been done a fair amount, but it does make me think like it looks like bacon strips to me. And then it's just like this. Normally, I would be like, oh my god, I find that so distracting having these lines just go off into infinity. But on a narrative level, it does kind of say just sickly, just consume ad infinitum, just like endlessly. So that, that I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but yeah, okay, anyways, that's just some food for thought.
Are you familiar with Anthony White's work?
Yeah, local artist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just does the classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Gary brought something important up though, doing that study from Thibaut, is really a shift that is happening where you are starting to think about color in your shadows, whereas these all just go into the dark dank and get lost, whereas now we're in the light of day. The upper right-hand corner of that one where we do have the boxes, and Emily was pointing this out a little bit too, where we do get some more of those neutrals, that's a really beautiful moment, I think, where the neutrals meet the saturates, especially on the blue box where we move from this color to that color. That is a beautiful moment, unresolved, that still needs work. That is very distracting to me, because those are flattening out, carve us in these color and temperature. There's almost no temperature in the shadows here, and so that's what the big move to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it does. And they had a, urban landscapes. And they found that maybe it would brilliant. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. So there's some art that you just have to be that art. Sometimes trying to go with the
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah, the light through stuff.
He was really inspired.
Oh, right. Yeah. More? Okay, I think they're grabbing. I think Rob wants to put the other two.
For what?
I'm gonna start writing on it.
It's another way of being a bad teacher. It's telling people there's only one good way to paint for everything. And there was Absolutely. The students, many of them just got brainwashed. 20 years later, they were still painting pictures.
Okay, folks. Our last presentation from the Cambridge Contemporary Atelier is Razziel Grissafi's work.
So it's been an interesting year, experimenting a lot more than my last year with how thin and thick paint play around, as well as abstracting a bit more of imagery and form to kind of think about how abstraction informs the emotions that we kind of feel when we see a piece, as opposed to something that is a lot more representational. And yeah, continuing on with my night series this year, this one was finished kind of last year after All Atelier Day. These smaller pieces are newer work that I finished earlier, and like a couple of months ago, but moving into playing more with vibrant colors. These two pieces in the middle are currently being worked on. I'm just kind of thinking about.
You mean, are you talking about the piece on the far right and the piece of the girl asleep?
Yeah, the night scene, the square big night scene in the middle, and the girl asleep are two that I'm currently working on.
Oh, so you're still working on that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the figure studies there are kind of to inform this figurative work that I'm starting to lean towards in thick and then paint.
Super courageous and awesome leap into another body of work here. I remember the series from last year. This one in particular is so attracted to your use of color and also the mark making on top of it. The series of the smaller ones is dynamite. When I look at the individuals, I get so excited about each of those, but honestly, like I am so excited about this. Yeah. So it's like this fresh air. I love the thinness of the paint. I love the inclusion of drawing inside of the painting. Love seeing the little multiple figure vignette over there, the figure ground. Definitely thinking of Clara Schmitt, Seattle-based painter. You should definitely take a look at her work. She used to teach printmaking at Gage. Plays a lot with thin versus thick and kind of emotional narratives. I'm thinking of Bonnard though, like the temperature of the light coming through the window, playing on the floor plane, and then the beautiful sort of lavenders that are coming in through. Oh, it's a cat. I thought it was another skull. That's very Bonnard to run into a cat.
Two cats.
Oh, I thought those were skulls. Like big, like cow skulls. How funny. It's a beautiful exploration that you're not tied to a certain way of thinking about color, but that you can be deeply into it in the night scene and then just absolutely let the lights come in. Yeah, I'm very interested in the work. Congratulations.
Yeah, I got this thing on. So this I think is super exciting. When it seems to be equally like the material and the mark making language seems to be as valuable as the subject and the form that you're trying to create, if not more. That's where I think it starts to get really exciting. And there's an artist that I can't pull the name into my head right now that I'll have you look at later. I'll find it. But I agree with Kimberly. Look at Clara. Really, she makes tons of work, and it really sort of keeps a foot in both drawing and painting worlds at the same time, which is really nice. But like this whole little I'm sitting next to my favorite stuff.
I was actually really inspired by Clara Schmitt's, what is it? Like these chairs in a kind of bunker.
Yes.
That was one of the big inspirations for this piece here.
Fantastic. Second with Kimberly and Jeff, I love these two pieces, especially this piece. This piece on the board on top of it. There are some fragmentation of color that's happening with the mark making. That's just like really, really cool. I love that feeling. And I remember looking at that piece last year and I thought, oh wow, that's so cool, right? And then now you just give us entirely different body of work and like so courageous, very refreshing. But yeah, this piece and the figure piece that's up top that really capture my attention.
Yeah, when I look at the second piece over here, I'm thinking of like Cecily Brown, and I'm thinking about how she really pushes the lusciousness of the paints, and how I'd love to see a little in that, because I'm really loving this thick and thin and drippy and where the paint breaks, and how the whole drippiness makes us just fall right off the canvas. Like we really do like pull down and sink into that chair. And so as you kind of develop it, I wonder if there are moments where you can stop us. Like, are there just like these little horizontal notes, or do you want to pull us down in? And so I'm just, I feel it very viscerally in my body. The light is doing it, the dripping is doing it, and then everything that would be horizontal is at an angle. So I feel the gravity all out from beneath me, which I find really interesting in relationship to how we could potentially dance and move around with the paint. I just think that with Cecily Brown's, like when you see her work in person, the gloss to matte to goop to push to, there's just a gorgeousness to just experiencing the paint. Regardless if you're like not crazy about her imagery, which some of us are, I'm sometimes on the fence, but the experience is really beautiful. And so I think like having some of that happen in that big, beautiful piece. I think it happens in these small pieces here. I was wondering about these to this relationship, because on this scale, I think whatever you're using as your underpainting somehow just allows you to dissolve and embed the paint inside the porousness of the ground is allowing the paint to just soak in and feel like it's coming out. And I think in a really effective way. And when I think about this piece being unfinished, it is something about the way the paint moves into the surface and then therefore just kind of doesn't feel it, the hand is gone. And there's something really nice about that because it's so blurry we can't grab it. I like the way the paint soaks in that way too.
Emily mentioned Cecily Brown. So if you guys are keeping track of some of the contemporary artists we're bringing up, you can make a note of her if you're not already familiar with her work. I think this one's really striking because it's such an unusual composition, and you know the way that figure is coming right out of this and that wonderful diagonal. I would 86 the cat on her lap, because for me that, you know, I want to see that whole figure coming at me, and that it's a huge disruptive, not very interesting shape. You know, it's just like this blob in the middle of the figure, and I would work up the other cat. And you know, cats are really hard. I mean, the fact that Kimberly didn't recognize the cat means that, you know, you've got to work on the drawing of the cat. Yeah, so you probably need a better, you know, is that your cat? Yeah. So you need.
This is my sister and 2 cats.
Yeah. See, yeah, you need a nice, maybe a better photo with better lighting of that cat on the right. But I would consider just having 1 cat instead of 2.
Or maybe a tail or a leg, or it is a bit of a blobby kind of shape right in the center.
And then, yeah, and that could be good, but it's lobby right now, we don't know.
It's really exciting to see the development. I remember seeing one of these last year, and so to see it blossom into a body is awesome. And one thing I appreciate about the whole body of work is just how directly the headspace and the psychology just goes right through into the piece, right? You really feel a sense of we're perceiving through your eyes. And that's amazing. With this one up here, I think you could just, in this one, you could push, like, down here you have this punch it value range. I think you could just do the same thing, just like punch it a little bit more there. And one thing that was previously being mentioned in terms of the verticality of all the drippiness, you could, in the underpainting process, create some strokes that like that, so that here we have a bit of under, like, so almost like road quality, but from the underpainting coming through. Really exciting to see this figurative transition on the topic of thin and thick. I totally agree. Like, we're starting to play more with thick paint here. You could do that in certain areas here. Also, I love the drawing being integrated within the painting. I agree with, I like how, like, the two cats, but I agree. Maybe if the cat was just a little bit more curved, it's a little distracting with just the white right there. And then watch, like, little things like this, like the toe. Just be, you can't, even though the drawing is loose, it needs to be kind of still descriptive there. But overall, it's really exciting to see this happen.
Time for one last comment.
Just a quick thought. I just wanted to go. I mean, I keep going back and forth. I love the flatness of these things. I feel like it gives us a picture plane. And I don't know if these are studies or if they're finishes. Are these poster studies or are they finished pieces? I would tell you, I personally am distracted by the texture because I feel like it interrupts the flatness. And so, so I go either way, but somehow that flatness for me gives me a plane that I can leap into, and the texture blocks that plane somehow. So it's just, for me, that effect isn't working. So, and that's my question, but these are great studies if they were bigger too. Because bigger they become experience. And so, but you may be burned. I don't know if you want to keep working on them.
Those were like smaller pieces, just so that I can have smaller and larger work. And there is actually some texture on that square one.
Here and that, maybe that works okay if it's there. Yeah, so they'll be playing with texture, but.
Thank you.
I was going to show at MoMA 2 years ago, so there's
It really is. I mean, I do think, yeah, because
Yeah, well. And that's such a
easier to see what's good.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's about something. Documenting. He said, "Oh, it's just
Just changing gears. Represented by Clara Schmitt, 4 years.
Everybody, thank you for taking the time to look at that. So I'm in my 4th and final year. I wanted to show you a new experimentation that I've started this year. I am playing with bringing disruption to a classical rendering of a figure or a portrait. In doing so, I want to push against oversimplification and challenge the idea of a fixed or idealized identity. I want to find ways to depict the complexity of our lives, to reveal ourselves full of contradictions, ambiguity, and in constant transition. Those 2 pieces at the end are still work in progress, they're still wet. But hopefully you can see where I'm going with them. And I won't say more, I want you to hear what you think.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, good. Thanks, Mike. Oh, cool. Wow. Wow.
Wow, so amazing. So these are really Yeah, the thing that I, really attracted to in your sort of new experimentations is the sort of the voids in the crevices that are created in some of these gaps, like when you look between the two multi-torso, some of the shapes that are created when you look at the silhouette in the back of the portrait. But the hands, if I was gonna steal one, it would probably be the hands. Could fit in my jacket easier. No. There's something just so elegant but weird at the same time. And it's like you kind of hit the nail on the head for me in terms of the way you're playing with disrupting. Something that feels like, yeah, that's just something like someone's making a gesture with their hands, and then it's like, wait a minute, no, there's something illogical about it at the same time. And so I like that it's more confusing. Like I think you have to keep working this idea out, but there's something just not logical about by disruption. The disruption of it's not logical, if that makes sense. Whereas like I think it can be easy sometimes just to kind of slice something off and then like stagger it or something like that. But I really love it.
Yeah, I'd love to pick up with, like, that would be the one I would steal too. And it was the one that as I was looking at it, there are moments in each of the figures pieces where I really zoom in and feel gravity and feel a gesture and feel a twist. But that was the one that just like hit my belly, where I just like, I made the motion with my hand instantly. I felt that sense of just both a moment in time, but then also pulling apart. It really locked together. And the disruption of it, I was delayed. It definitely kind of, the cleanness of it felt like it was a way to lock the piece together, as opposed to a facet that feels like a moment. Like there's a beautiful moment. There are other moments that I think work really beautifully. I love, and I think I talked about it really, the way the head kind of rests on the shoulder back in through here, and then, yeah. The way this head rests on the shoulder here, and we go convex, concave against some flatter moment. So I think that there are these moments, and the same way the hand gestures around the flat area. Here is another moment where we get that, we move from one section to the next. I feel with the two figures, well, I love the looking through, and as it turns, it changes in interesting dynamic ways. It feels like puzzle pieces put together, as opposed to something that kind of almost naturally happens and presses and shifts and transitions from one place to the next.
I would agree with all of that. When I just kind of scooted back in before the door closed, and I had a quick glance, and I was like, boom, those hands are amazing. And there is just, everybody said disruption, but it feels natural, right? And then when I was looking at these, I don't get the same feeling, and there are beautiful moments. I was ruminating on this, and it is lovely where the hand creeps around. But then, and I actually, when I look at the back of this, it kind of looks fascinating to me. And then it feels less satisfying in the front. And don't get me wrong, you are an excellent sculptor. Like, you already have the technical skills. That's a given, right? You can produce beautiful figurative sculptural work. I already take that. And I applaud you for trying to push beyond that, right? Some of this reminds me of, I don't know if you're familiar with Paolo Lucchesi's work. A lot of it's on display in Edinburgh. He fractures the form a lot. Might want to check that out. I feel like, for me, one of the things that makes this work is that there's a melding of the hands, right? Whereas with these, you're playing with space, but my guess is they might work better if some of the forms melded into each other more. And so, and that's just, that's throwing an idea and seeing if it sticks, right? It may or may not. But there are, again, beautiful moments. People have already pointed out that head resting the shoulder here, etc. And at the same time, there is a kind of awkwardness. It feels unresolved in a way that the hands do resolve. And I don't have the answers as to how that might work. My inclination is that if you somehow morph the forms in and out of each other more, that it might feel more natural, because that's actually what's happening there is they're kind of breaking in and out of each other a bit more. Rather, in some of these cases, there is a fracturing, like the hand is going into the face, but it's not really, it's still the gesture being propped there, and it feels like a very separate entity, whereas these don't. There's something else that just kind of, that this reminded me of. It almost feels like somebody's pushing their face up against glass or something. And that also led me into thinking that there might be another avenue of approach, thinking about that also. But I guess for me, it's the theme of fracturing versus morphing, and finding the truth in there somewhere. And I feel like you've got it in there, and you're getting there with these, you're experimenting with it. And I say more, but that's what I got for you.
Clara, these are just incredible. Like, I have to, not second, but 10th, I guess. The hands to me are hitting the poetic for the artist. One of the reasons I think for me for that is a portrait is never universal enough for me. And so we all have hands, or most of us have at least one. And that is just, it's so beautiful what it gets at, the humanity of that. I agree that this one is not quite as resolved in terms of your ideas conceptually, but to me, that one also has a slight universality to it that has a lot of potential. I love the scale of the figures. This one, as this one keeps getting moved around, I'm so interested in just the overall combined shape that the whole form makes. It makes me so excited. Like, I don't even need the faces personally. Like, I just love the shapes and the form of it. I feel it in my body. These are masterful, beautiful. I kind of gasped when I first saw this. I mean, one of the incredible things about sculpture is that your negative shapes are actually real spaces. And so I think the negatives and the see-throughs that have been kind of talked about is something that you can really explore a lot. What I get a little bit worried about in this zone is it a one-liner? You know, is it like a joke that we get and then we move on? I don't know. Whereas with this, I stay with this forever with my most deep poetic heart. Yeah, beautiful work.
I love what Mark said. He may have to remind me of his exact language, but he talked about morphing versus fracturing. Yeah, I think that really hits the nail on the head. I just have one comment on the hands, is that I'd love to see it with lighter clay. Yeah, I find that the clay is so dark that it's hard for me to separate out what's going on. And it's so it's complicated and sophisticated, but you want it to be real readable. Now, I mean, partly that could be done with lighting. Because sculpture changes 100% depending on how you light it, unlike painting and drawing. But yeah, because the one with the two nudes is so readable because of that light clay. And yeah, I'm really having trouble picking out exactly what's going on in the hand sculpture because of the darkness of the clay.
Remind me of MC Escher. I felt like these pieces is using subtraction towards abstracting space and by revealing it. But this, it feels like morph is a great word, like morphing, and it's actually bringing time, and like time become condensed that way. And I love that. That feels like expansion, and this feels like distillation. So that's the two concepts that I'm getting. Thank you.
We have one more comment.
Just along the way of experimenting with all this, so just keep in mind how your portraits are so sensitive, and you have such a sensitivity, and it's sometimes easy to forget, like, oh wow, we need to do these other things. And I love the concepts, what you're going with, but just never forget how great how amazing the ability of sensitivity and expression, subtlety carries so much of it already. So integrating all of these other things with that, I think, is the sweet
Really nice self-portrait, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, you're almost too good in that, you might be only willing to distort the things that like don't matter as much, like the back of the head or jaw. But it's like, if you really wanna maybe test the what, like, how hard is it? It's not a drawing, you can't just, but, what if we thought we were gonna see their face and then like you never did, kind of thing, you know, like you like kind of almost got us there, but then we never get there, kind of. So like, you know, ideas like that where you postpone like some obvious points of attention. Like.
Thank you.
I like the base. No, I'm just saying, I love it when
These are so good. Oh, yeah, I mean, I just want to go to the studio now.
yeah.
Because they're a TV camera. And you can shot. See, George Bush Sr. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But his name like oh, oh no. Oh, only one difference.
Probably gonna need to do this stuff. No. That one's going that way.
How do you change the temperature of that? So it's on cold right now, this is
Aren't these things one of these, right?
when I buy them, it's like positions. So they're actually not great. These paintings. This
Those are amazing.
I did that partially for you.
Thank you. I love them.
I thought maybe there was something besides.
Yeah.
It works great.
And so skull drawing is in work in progress department. I think
This is it.
let's take drawings together and
Yeah, lunch is right after.
just I would just spell drawing here.
Is there any way to get all of those?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We need the, and we're mostly agreeing. Mostly agree with each other.
Yeah, so if we get one more easel, we might be able to put two in this thing.
Oh, look at that. It's
I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
I'm liking that next page, particularly. Sergeant Cronus said that, like,
Yeah, that's fine.
19 Yeah, but by the way, Sergeant completely lost in my book. I ordered a vinyl photo and they use it right here. And he doesn't No, Boston Public Library, the commission was they're all real classical pastiches of different relief sculpture. He thought that people would. I don't know.
You know,
Yeah. No, it's true. Yeah. I think his reputation has risen in recent years. When he was mad, he wasn't. Yeah, but you look up the Boston meetings and Gherard says, I mean, you know, the wrong painter for the job. Also, it was completely the wrong period. By the time he unveiled it, it was the early 20s. And it was the other day.
People.
yeah, Larry. You'll get the lights off so we can see them better. It's on that one for sure. Big layer. Yeah, it's on the pages where you are there. Let's do the same.
Wait, I thought it was Daya. It's not me.
You too.
Hey.
My name is Olli. I have experience. I did 1 year in the horizontal atelier that's work, and I worked it set up chronologically. And then 2 years with Daya and Georgetown Realism. So we have some work here from drawings. There's a couple unfinished pieces scattered throughout this cast drawing, the recreation of Madame X, and then lastly we have progress and my large project of my first big imaginative. And then the 3 figure drawings in the middle are finished.
Just a little bit of context in terms of the work that you're going to see from our atelier. This goes for everybody. Is that we have curriculum items as part of it. So the monochromatic paintings are part of a progression of learning painting, et cetera. So just a little note about that. Yeah.
Awesome, Olli. Thank you. So
Wow.
much.
Thanks,
Yeah. You know, what you don't have on display that everyone should be aware of is how hard you work to do this, how much you sacrificed your sleep and all that stuff. And so no one should ever complain about showing up to class. Because Olli showed up every day and also worked the night before. So, yeah.
Full-time overnight while also being full-time here at the Atelier while also having monitor responsibilities as well.
I don't sleep a lot.
So it's paid off. I mean, you're showing how your technical skills have really advanced. Your understanding of the figure is advancing. Really lovely. Like your current or most recent sort of Life Room Madam X copy or iteration that you guys did. Infusing a little bit of augmentation of reality a little bit, so this is not just sort of strict observation, really holding on to gestural moments and things like that that are so important in the piece. And you see that in your concept work where you have your source material and then you sort of turn that into something other that's beyond what the source material is provided. So that is huge. Lots of potential, and I can't wait to see more that you make.
Olli, what is the story behind the picture you're working on the right?
I have been calling it the Executioner. I was inspired by both Joan of Arc and Judith beheading Helen Kearney, specifically Jodorowsky's version. And really just loved the idea of the cold loneliness of a scraggly forest at night, and just kind of this isolated interactions between the two figures and the environment.
And then you hired the models for the...
Yes, so one of our projects that we do at the end of the year is a photo shoot pose where we conceptualize, and that's what these two printouts at the bottom was my conceptualization, which then I showed to the models. They posed, and then I did the digital mock-up, which is the printout on the right-hand side. So that was my digital mock-up from the models photo shoot, and then from there I drew the blocking and then did my paint studies, which was at the bottom, to go up.
I love in the paint studies the way that the light kind of flickers through, unifying the piece. When you're working from all these source materials, where you're combining this story, that idea of things flickering in and disappearing and shifting and moving out, I think work really well. And I think as I see in the studies, they also kind of help move us through the piece as opposed to straight to that moon and as I know it's unfinished, but there's a moment where this is starting to kind of become a triangle that moves us away from it. And I would love as you develop it, that's in your studies, particularly here, the way we can kind of hit each of these planes as stepping stones and slow down as we move in and back to that space, almost like losing a little of the narrative and catching moments of the blade as things dissolve and shift. And I think the way in that bottom study where the dress goes into darkness and we kind of sweep up is another way to kind of slow us down. And so then I wonder how the branches and the trees can have that specificity of moving us not directly to the moment, but maybe off into other spaces to slow us down a little.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you're saying, Emily, and I think that magic, I think, to pay attention to is happening for me, of course, is here. I love the clarity of the planes and the shapes here. And so what Emily's saying about that light kind of flickering in and an awareness of those planes is to really keep referencing that and making sure that you're holding on to those planes. Because when we get into so much detail, it can start to break apart that larger planar structure. And so really holding on to that because that's the space of the composition, and that has an emotional content to it as well. I think that some of this way of thinking needs to come into this painting. Where is the light? What is the composition? Like to me, doesn't really have any structure to it quite yet. It's got some beautiful painted moments, but it's not really put together in a planar kind of value-based sense. Other thing I just want to say, so excited about your explorations into color. I think there are some tender, beautiful moments, like these neutrals, like there are, and the warmth, kind of in the reflection of the shadow here, gorgeous. And then also in the painted study here and what's starting to happen here. Oh my gosh, you're just gonna go wild. It's very
Thank you.
But hold on to those light plants.
Okay, yes.
My thing was quick. I like the evolution from the more rounded turning of forms and the more planar turning of forms. I feel like the same, piggyback on what Jeff said, what you said, like these things are getting chunkier and more interesting, I think. And I mean, I think many of us can learn to turn forms. You're moving beyond that into getting planarity and again, a certain chunkiness, which I think makes it distinct and really much more interesting. So keep going in that direction. So.
I think your work is beautiful. Again, you've achieved a level of technical mastery that I think that's always going to, stand for you. There's a lot of gorgeous passages that people have pointed out. There's a couple of things that I'm noticing. There's a slight tendency for like this head looks maybe a wee bit small for the figure to kind of grow as it goes, as you work your way down. And we all do that. It's something that I think figurative people just do. So just maybe keep an eye on that. I was more excited by this. Like I think I saw Jeff pointing out that you had a great gesture here, less so here, but then it's come back in there, which is great.
The piece on the right, that is on the right hand side of this work, that is a digital mock-up. So those are the direct, like augmented photos of the model.
Oh, I see, I get it.
While
Okay.
what's on the left is my block-in, where I really wanted to capture.
Yeah, this is beautiful. So one of the things that's of interest to me is like right now, because this is unfinished, my focal point is the face of the executioner. And I think your whole training, your whole sort of direction, let's say with this is storytelling, right? And it always is, if somebody's doing a still life of anything, it's a story about light, it's a story about space, etc. But there's also the actual storytelling of the story here. Somebody's getting executed in the woods. And so for me, it reminds me, there's a Patrick Kavanagh story called Guests of a Nation. And it's about British soldiers that were captured during the War of Independence in Ireland, and a relationship that develops between the prisoners of war, British soldiers, and then their captors. And then, it culminates, of course, it's all about the tension of the would-be executioner with the captive. And so for me, I'm wondering how much you can change this narrative by concentrating and bring up more information here versus there. Like if we push this back now, it's all about the would-be victim versus the other way around. Now it's about what's going on with them. I like the fact that the model has a sort of, well, they're frowning, they're slightly ambiguous. That's again, you could run away with that story. That person, the executioner, could be weeping. And maybe that's too dramatic, but this is all about drama anyway. Or it could be about the indecision in their face. And so I think there's, whether you work this or a series, I think you've got a whole opportunity for really rich storytelling that's like deeply complex psychologically. And one of the things that can get lost sometimes with, let's say, the paraphernalia of fantasy type regalia is that gets lost a little bit, because at the end of the day, these are iconic truths and struggles that humans have. What would happen if this was a person in paramilitary gear with a gun versus etc., right? So there's lots of rich storytelling for you to employ here. So I'm excited to see what comes out of it.
Are you familiar with the execution of Lady Jane Grey, that painting?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, definitely check it out. It's the great execution painting ever. It's by a French artist named Paul Delaroche. It's called The Execution of Lady Jane Grey. And it's basically the same moment, you know, where, except she's finding her way to the execution block based on a real historical story. But the lighting is beautiful, the tension is beautiful, her pose is beautiful. I think it'd be an interesting painting for you to check out.
Really beautiful work. The execution of the idea and the concept is excellent. I love the composition. That drawing is outstanding, the skull.
Thank you.
Your attention to subtlety with the cast shadows, getting sharper and then softer as it fades away, and balancing all that individual detail, big strength of the design. I'd love to see you bring your attention to that, to edges in the painting. That's the only thing that stands out to me, particularly in the portrait on the Madame X, and a little bit on this one, just letting the paint kind of integrate with the surrounding a little bit more, whether it's a sharp or a soft edge, doesn't matter. But that will do a lot of the work towards tying the figure into the environment. And in a couple places, the paint isn't merging enough, so it gives it a slightly stiff feel, particularly to the portraits. And then also kind of where it means that you're using value really well to tie the figure into space, but where the paint is sort of dry, it makes it feel a bit cut and pasted then.
Erica, is lunch here?
It's here, yeah, unless one wants to go first, or you can go either way.
Well,
do you have an opinion on going
Before I'd like to go.
before lunch?
Thank you guys.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like, and then
Yeah, basically, what happened was, there was this cultural So there was really, if you wanted to be taken seriously, his age, his vision. Yeah, in a more modern manner. That subject matter, he there are all these for that. Subject matter. All the big time critics, they're all telling people if you're going to be well,
A bunch of the critics that were into their also novel.
Forever. Yeah, it is.
Sculpture from Edinburgh.
That's a combo you don't hear many.
Chippers. They're Italian.
That's a beautiful. That one right there. I like it. I like it.
Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I have one of my name's Worrall. I'm a third year student. It's the same as before. All my work is in chronological order. So we have my cast drawing here for my first year, then my monochromatic cast painting, and then my character work right at the end there. For my next chapter, I think I'd like to move forward and create a body of work, bridging into less of like purely representational work and focusing more on sort of like my personal like imaginative ideas, but you know. Yeah. Thank you.
Curious.
I'll just kick off and say we in the Georgetown Collective adore you. You're an amazing human and presence and help us just with so many logistical things around here. It's really wonderful having you in this community. I am blown away by this body of work. Every single piece has a level of completeness and thoughtfulness to it. The value work is just stunning. Seeing you move into color with the still lives, and then this final piece here is so exciting to me because of the level of opacity in places that you're getting on the petals, using basically a complement set of the red and the green and creating really beautiful warms and cools within both of those hue families.
And the bronze, like helmet thing, are you kidding me? That's crazy. It's a really, really thoughtful, strong body of work. Yeah, really, really consistent. Yeah, I'm blown away.
Yeah, William, knockout stuff. What Kimberly was saying is right on. You can see that you've had a keen eye for the sense of light and atmosphere from the get-go. And that is a powerful thing. It's really difficult to sort of train your eye to sort of gather sort of the holistic sense of a light and dark space when you're spending so much time on sort of something as intricate as like a cast or something like that. So really, really consistent throughout. And what Kimberly said is totally right. Like you can feel the lusciousness of the petals of the flowers and the weight of that like little bronze helmet thing. Yeah, lovely. And your ability to sort of selectively kind of edit out is pretty good as well. Sort of what you're deciding to kind of leave left alone, I think is fitting to some of your compositional choices. I don't have a tremendous amount of notes just on this work in and of itself. I would sort of urge, you sort of learn how to do things in a very controlled manner. I would love to see what some work looks like when it's a little bit more quickly rendered and sort of spontaneous, and see what that does to some of this type of work. Sort of let go a little bit. It'd be interesting to see.
To build on that, I love what Jeff was saying about how your ability to let something dissolve just in a right compositional moment. I'm thinking of the pelvis on the figure's back, how we start to see that underpainting, how it becomes this like reflective light, but it also is the moment where that spine turns back. So your ability to kind of come out and push in, I think is really beautiful. In each of the moments, you do that both with the value, but you also are doing that with the thick to transparent painting. Then I think like building on that complexity, these are moments where you have a singular form dissolving into a background, with the exception maybe of the dice. But even that is like very frontal plane. So I'm curious as to, as you continue to develop this work, if that abstraction or looseness can start to come in with compositional complexity, like if we really have this like things that are coming so close that they blur out, things that go so far away that they have to lose. Like, is there a way that you can play with overlapping deep compositional space as a way to find what your own version of abstraction is? Like that could be a pathway, because it feels like it would be a very big jump.
This is a very minor comment, but it would be easy to fix. So this makes sort of a hole at the base of the torso, and it's disturbing for two reasons. One is it's the symmetrical diamond shape, and symmetrical or geometrical shapes in organic compositions that feature, natural subject matter tend to kind of jump out at us because we know intuitively, and that's true of like right angles and perfect circles and all that stuff. But also it's a little, it sort of makes a whole kind of value-wise. And the reason I'm bringing it up, it would be so easy to fix. I mean, there's about 17 different ways you could do it. The easiest way would be to darken in either one side or the other side of the diamond shape, or both, so that there was much less contrast. And believe me, we would never, it would be easy to make it so we didn't notice it. And I guess part of that reason is I think that the job you did with the light and the texture on the upper part of the torso is so exquisite You know, I mean, that you would have been right at home in one of these academies in the mid to late 19th century. They would have welcomed you like a fellow traveler. But I mean, you know, that's the thing is that, you know, that's as good as what we see during that period, which was the heyday of realist painting. Yeah, it never got better than that. So I just think you did the most gorgeous job. I mean, I can't stop looking at that shoulder. That is just amazing.
Congratulations, the work is masterful. It's gorgeous. I think it works really well. I would echo what's been said. I don't know. This doesn't really bother me. I would almost, you're gonna hate this. I would almost be the opposite. And that like this bothers me. Because you've done such a fine job with kind of I think it's very easy to do a figure piece and get caught up in the anatomy. And sometimes when you look at people who are primarily anatomists and you look at their drawings or their work, sometimes it can be, you know, it can be troublesome. Just depends. And so like I feel like you've done such a fine job of showing us the anatomy but not getting lost in it. And then up here, I feel like it just kind of dissolves into just a mass. And I would love to see just a hint more definition, you know, between, you know, scapula, supraspinatus, infraspinatus, all that sort of stuff, without getting caught up in it. And I think you have the skill to do that. What most of the stuff that you have are what you've got here today and what everybody has presented, I would admonish the presenters not to go back in and change the work. That's stuff for the next pieces. This is a beautiful painting. I think these are gorgeous. I think this maybe here pops just a smidge more than I'd like it to. I'm really excited by this. Are you a Magic the Gathering nerd?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay. So why I really like it is because you are really pushing warms and cools, right? And so I feel I look at this and it is mainly warm, and I look at this and it's mainly warm, and it doesn't mean that you haven't thought about it. You don't have cools in there, you do, but I think you could just, you know, and primarily up here, I think, and there's some, you know, nice touches. I think you could push it just a wee bit more. Yeah, the brass in this is astounding. It's like it's really cool. But I find that, you know, even though it's you know, quinacridone or alizarin, there's still a lot of warmth throughout this piece. Like what I love in the brass is where it gets to that greenish stroke bluish kind of patina. And I would love to see a sort of gray blue be a little bit more prevalent as a counterfoil in this piece. Again, not this one, the next one you do. Yeah.
Very agree is the word.
Thank you.
Word, absolutely.
Yeah.
So again, this is like perfect work. And so then my thing is going to be, so how do we, it maybe that next step is how do we break it a little bit? You know, it's like to me, I think that my favorite part about all these things, I love the flowers, by the way, in there. It's just, they're gorgeous. The Dungeons and Dragons dice is actually what makes it. It takes it out of the 13th century or the 19th century and drops it into the 21st century. And I'm kind of always looking, this is my speaking loud voice, looking for 21st century information in 19th century style work. Like, why is this? It's gorgeous. How does it relate to me, my world, the world we're in right now? And there's no answer to that except that imperfection or contemporary relevance that doesn't jar. I mean, I would hate to do it, but a little made in China sticker on the side of it would completely transform it. Right? I mean, it's completely imperfect. It was gonna go, no. I mean, literally, like that thing would drop it into place for me. And so, timeless versus actually of the moment is really, I think, an interesting place, context-wise, that we should always think about in our work. So it's kind of your parade to make them. What's our time left? A minute. Okay, one last comment, folks.
The only thing I would encourage you to do is keep finding more color in the darker values. The color's outstanding in the dice there and in the lights in the figure. The skin tones maybe feel a little bit more formulaic with like warm shadows, and then the core shadows a little bit less interesting in terms of color. Same thing on this one. Like there's so much nice stuff happening in the helmet. And here, like that cool note there, and the really like subtle shifts in the colors. To me, some of the darker areas, even though it's technically colorful, it feels a little bit more murky. And so kind of just bringing in that beautiful subtle observation of broken color, kind of hiding color in the darker areas might kind of tie the lights in with the shadows. You're doing it really well here too. Like this isn't just a black hole. It has some energy and vibration in there. So doing that more in other areas too, so it doesn't feel too kind of monochromatic maybe. But really nice work.
Who is that model? What a vibe.
That's
Has he posed for your class?
Yeah, I'm not protected. I've used it in
That's unusual.
This one. Okay, and then that one. And then do you have underneath there, so we're going to and then these or and so this one.
Are we seeing?
We're going to grab one of those underneath.
I just think that these need to be like this. Little ones go.
Yeah, you went in. That's awesome.
But now I'm like,
Yeah.
We are over easel.
Good, man. One of it.
I'm Daya from the Imaginative Realism. Who have given me the best learning experience of my life. And the most wonderful people I've had the pleasure of knowing. People to be and be. Basically, the basis for any work I do is narrative. More specifically, I've always been interested in world building and making mythology, and so I've always, like, even in these like academic pieces, always wanted to like put in a little clue to something more than that's like being seen. So we have like just some life room stuff and some extra details to do that, and then we have the 2 figure poses for each of my years, which are actually a narrative series that are telling the story of Satan's daughter, as she was sort of like given the duty of sealing the flames in heaven. And so this is sort of depicting her journey through the different realms. That red study down there is the soon-to-be 3rd piece of that. And then last but not least is the ultimate thing in my heart, which is Halo. And that is just what drives me, and it's the universe that never left. Yeah.
Thank you for presenting. The things I was going to talk to you about, like the composition of the just out of Halo, right? Yeah. I think I read that. Never played, don't know the story. Worked with some people who worked on the game though, so I know that it exists, but unfortunately never played. Anyways, that composition is really well put together. I like the dynamic, sort of low looking up aspect, and the way you utilize the background buildings, kind of counter that kind of gaze. It's just a really well put together composition. You're doing a good job of sort of just diluting the sort of contrast and the color from the background, so you're getting some good atmospheric perspective, and that's consistent in a couple of your narrative pieces. There are moments in your figures even in the life room, that I would try to incorporate, it seems weird on a singular figure, but to incorporate some of that onto the figure. So like on your monochromatic sketch there with the really lovely drapery, like the far eye on that portrait could be slightly dissolved a little bit. Does that make sense? So that you're really sort of thinking about how that figure has its own variation in focus, right? So every object in this environment has a different level of focus, and you can play with that a little bit. The challenge on some of these where you're sort of using your own source with its own lighting and then get it to sort of tie into the environment. Like I feel like this was slightly more successful. This feels a little bit more staged. That said, I want this to be like as bright feeling as that in a way, to make sense of sort of how glowy it is, and to bring more attention to it. Like it's kind of all right to there, and then I would also like this should be like really bloody, like give me the red that's on your shirt.
Wait, what should be bloody, Jeff?
Right? Isn't that like coming from inside someone, right?
No, that's the flame. Those are embers, but the stuff on the ground is more like weird coral.
Okay, so that should glow. Let that glow even more so. Like this is right on for what that should be doing right there. Yeah.
I'd love to jump in. The last two pieces, the most recent, and then the study that you have for the next one are just a whole level beyond these even. Your color relationships are gorgeous. I think that the thing that's really working in those three, so again, the last two and then the proposed one, is the idea of color key and temperature. And so also that your values are going lighter so that you're really able to show us all the color in the shadows is just awesome. There's such a specific feeling of the light and the temperature that's happening in those, whereas a couple steps behind in these, there's not a unified sense of the temperature of the light, right? Like his thigh is kind of pink and warm, but then the floor next to him, we're in Antarctica, and then all of a sudden we're in Spain, up on her arm. There's not a sense of unified warmth or cool. This one a little bit more with the limited palette. We have a nice balance of the warm light, the cool shadows, but then you just go way beyond with an even full palette here into a real clarity of that color of light that is just making you make really specific color decisions in light and in shadow. And so I think this next one with that color key of the heat and the magenta has an enormous amount of potential for you color-wise. So I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in. I'm still also going to be focusing on that. Right through there and kind of building on what Jeff said, like that composition is so dynamic. We feel like we're in the space. I love that point of view. The other pieces feel like there's a stage that we step into that we're outside of, and there's something about the proportion of the figure and how it fits inside the rectangle. It's a little even in the two pieces here, and I also would say in that proposed piece, that figure and how it fits inside, there's like an even proportion of how much background to how much figure versus the one we get in right here where it is like both epic and large, and the space feels large because it goes back into space, not because it moves around the figure. I guess what I'm trying to say is that like here I move back into the piece as opposed to here I move around the figure, so the background is kind of separate. Here I'm engaged in it. And so I think that proportion feels really apt towards world building as opposed to outside stage building. I'm in it. And that's like, the beauty of playing a game where you're like really in it. And I love that. What makes it feel a little bit more contemporary is to have that foreground cut off. That's a very photography based like idea of something cut off. So it also kind of brings us into this realm of image making. Century image making.
I feel that you paint like a director. Each one of these is like a movie that I can, go in and enjoy. one thing that difference between these two versus here, it felt like the lighting, like, you know, the lighting director really shine a light, and then it feels very unified, and it does feel a little bit separated. But I really enjoy seeing how these little poster study that you bought and how you turn that thought into a big piece, and almost like one thing that is interesting is that we use the poster study to project, you know, how the finished piece is going to look. But I felt like here, your finished piece actually projects stronger than the poster study. Is like you really resolve a lot more than what you have. So but then here with these set of poster study, they felt very you know, it's like, oh, you got it, and you figure out all the problems here. So I can't wait seeing these you know, finished, because I felt like you really grow from here to here. Yeah.
So I think you have a lot of really cool imaginative stuff going on here. And it's nice to see you going beyond the sort of academic studies and running with it. I would echo a lot of what folks have said there. I'm a total sci-fi nerd, so I'm going to love these anyway. I would say, I think looking at these, like you have some actually really beautiful things going on here, down in here, and you've got a really nice light environment there. And you have nailed your lights and shadows here. It feels like a space that's warm. It feels like all of that. And people have spoken about maybe discrepancies in some of the others. One of the ways maybe to handle that would be to think about bouncing the color of the environment back into the figures or the flesh. So for instance, the flesh of this figure here, if you were bouncing some of this and some of that, some of the cooler blues, gray greens back into the flesh more, I think it would unify the piece. And that's a fairly simple way of thinking about it, you know, have that color bounce. I think, you know, there's a lot of folks online who do, you know, art based around, you know, about this kind of work, right? And so you have a lot of good examples out there. I think, you know, of Halo and various other pieces. I would love to see you do two things. I'd love to see you do a lot of short, sharp paintings like you're doing here, when the pressure's off and you're experimenting with the light and the composition of the colors. And then like work like this, honestly, it kind of, it begs to be done. I know I've said this earlier, but it does beg to be done larger because they're monumental pieces. I mean, you know, Halo, modern sci-fi, all of that stuff, it's kind of taken the place in the secular world. Like if you think about superheroes, etc., it's taken the place of saints and angels and all that sort of cosmology from traditional religions. And so what would people in the Middle Ages have done with the Marvel universe or done with Halo, whatever? They would be these giant fucking paintings or statues, etc. And they would have been epic, right? And you have an epic piece here, but it's like, you know. So what would it be like if you did this 6 foot by 4 foot, you know, as a whole environment? And I think that's probably the next step for you. And the way to get there and kind of get over some proportional issues and stuff like that is to do a lot of the quick, sharp paintings, and then do some pretty intensive studies, and then do one big piece. Does that make sense?
I'd love to see you continue to build on just the way you're handling the paint. In that one right there, it's really nice. Like it's a little bit more decisive brushstrokes and thicker paint in places. The skill that you're handling the paint with is incredible here. Like you probably can't see it from back there, but the details in here and in there are just outstanding. It almost gets lost to me in a way though, just because the surface is almost like too perfect, with the edges are all a bit the same and just very, very controlled, which is good, but it's bringing in some of that liveliness of the image as a painting, maybe, so that it doesn't look, it almost looks like a poster in a way. So incorporating some of that playfulness and decisiveness, maybe thick and thin paint, or more overt, like the size of the brushstroke, some bigger, some smaller, just to give it interest at that second level as well. And that so clean and super reflected light. Oh yeah, desert. Oh, right. Let's go more.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking of something that they're gonna work okay in.
He's 7 now. And so it has that disturbing element.
Yeah,
It's pretty beautiful. And a lot of that is I think in that edge quality, the sharpness and nearness and the farness and that edge quality alone holds enormous amount of poetic. It's how we read space. It's the space of attention on black light. It's very poetic. And again, the temperature of the light, again, has a big performance as an emotive quality work.
So, I think there's a lot going on here. Like that story, just look at this is actually it's gutting. It's like I look at this and you see a child that's maybe frozen underwater or drowning something. And it is, it's really like that for me is like it's a really startling image. And so on that note, you've paid close attention to like the details and stuff like here. Like these sneakers, they really pop, right? And everything here kind of pops, and then we get much in there. And I'm a lazy painter. If I can get away with not doing some work in a piece, I will. Like I'll call it done as soon as I possibly can. And that doesn't always work, right? Sometimes it does. There's a real art to knowing when something is finished. But you don't want to bring up everything with the same level of detail at the same time. I find it just like unsatisfying that this is so clear and this is clear and then this is not so, because everything else is clear. There's one kind of style here that you're hitting and then just kind of forgetting about a little bit here. So I'd love to see that brought up a bit more in the next piece and a bounce of that yellow into some of the whites and etc., which you've kind of done subtly there, right? But notwithstanding all of that, there's some beautiful details there, some beautiful details here. With an image that is so wrenching as this, I think that the figure would need just more treatment. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna incorporate realism and then the figure, either do a clear stylistic shift of like this is observation based and now this is symbolic. But right now it's like this is kind of the uncanny valley where some of the proportions, the thickness of the fingers, how you're handling some of it is a little bit off in relation to that. And I would say if you were going to do more pieces based around that, then that's something I would tighten up because the image is so compelling, right? And I love what you're doing with the orange versus the blue greens in here. I think they're really beautiful. I'm a little bit, I like to play with expressive mark making, and I see these little kind of these subtle encroachments, which I think are beautiful, but then it makes me say, well, why aren't we seeing a lot more of that? Because I'm seeing it here and it doesn't really happen so much there. And then the question is why for me? There's a stylistic consistency here, I think that's working well. And even in this one also, I would love to see more of the background color get brought into that white vase and just to kind of situate it in the space a little bit more. This is probably what everybody is hoping that I will do right now. But I actually love this piece, and I think the piece would work really well without the rose or the flower or whatever's going on there. I feel like you have this expressive sort of industrial mark making the whole thing, and so maybe you're thinking about the contrast with the organic flower or whatever. I feel like, I don't know, either it needs to be blown up in more detail or just structurally a bit more sound, or just in the next piece, maybe just explore that interaction between the written word and signage and space and conceptual stuff.
Yeah. So on this sort of haunting one, I actually kind of wish we didn't see like another iteration of this could be gaining this sort of frosty quality of like maybe ice or glass, against water. And then maybe just getting a sense of like a dark silhouette that could be a boy in boy's hands. And then your clue that it is the fact that like the heart was drawn in on the glass or the ice or something. I think of like a painting and that Bo Bartlett did where this guy's paddling along the ocean, he's got these giant waves, and he has this like shadow that is in the water and they're not. Yeah, and it's just like, is it a shark? Is it not a shark? You know, it's like, but it just feels scary, right? And so I feel like another version of this is like, could we see what we don't see of the boy, but then maybe be like, is there a boy there? Like that might even be like scarier, you know, in a way. So I don't know, something about that, just keep in mind. The more subtlety of this, just sort of like, yeah, everyday scene, I eat mine, soft little egg and nestle just like that. You know, like is very approachable, but then, you know, there is sort of like, why isn't there enough for everybody? You kind of have to read into it.
Anthropomorphic being to that.
Yeah. So it's not quite as over the head as that is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, the thing I learned from Robert Irwin is the idea of adding things into a piece of work and then start taking things away from the piece of work. When we take one thing too many away, you probably got it, actually. What is sort of an instance of there's two hands there, and then we two hands. For example, because then it dilutes the power sometimes of one. And so I was looking for places where, again, we can be a little selective and pulling back a little bit allows more space.
That painting actually had hand holding, the newspaper wasn't there. There was another hand. And when I first painted it, there were just too many digits on it.
Yeah, so all of those, all those points of allowing things to also stand up in focus and also bring back in focus. So it's really the same thing.
I really responds to your the texture and layer of the time. Like for example, that piece with the shoes, you're just looking down, but then you bring in that element of the background going forward on top of that shoes as if something is dissipating. I respond to that, and a little bit is happening there on the red sneakers one. I love the stripes and how it's going back in space and creating, you know, like layers of space. And this piece, especially too, there seems to be layers this way, versus, you know, some of this, like this piece, it feels like, okay, this is one shot, one idea, right? But I really responded to the multi layers, that.
Yeah, thank you, Rose.
About this. Something and then when I read it, so
It's the same thing for like 40 years. But with the jump variation, keep it interesting. No, actually, only similar. No. You can't just use other. Yeah, and you start, you read there. Yeah, I was too, and I remember, yeah, I was doing stuff for a long time. Started with, and then so there's ellipses and the table here in the
Oh, thank you. Good.
Well, I thank you. Well, there's one down there that's empty. Is that the right? Yeah, that's fine. That sounds good. That sounds good. Oh. Oh, yeah, and the window gets its own spot. That's good. Oh, no.
Kind of resonating with things.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're able to find your path.
Hi, my name is Pat. I like to paint and draw. Oh. I discovered that introducing myself that way is fine, but it's not enough. And I have learned this year by taking a class actually called Brand Camp, that you have to think about the reason why you're painting. And so I had to think about, why am I doing this? Why are you doing this? Think about that. So I discovered that I paint and draw because I like the adventure and the challenge. And so the work that you see here is pretty much a year. And the 4 seasons you see, starting with fall, winter, spring, and summer. Oh, that one's going the wrong way. That's okay. And the work you see on the bottom is not, well, it might be finished and might not, but I really, really need your comment on this work on the bottom. Something's happening, but I'm not quite sure what. It's a true thing. Anne is here today, and she and I went to Bainbridge Island last year, and we saw an exhibit there for Emerson. But what I saw there was a picture that I absolutely loved, and it was by an artist called, I think you say her first name, Jite, Jite, Agbo. And there is a picture that she had there called The Slide.
and I absolutely loved it. It was, you'd have to look it up, but what it was a single figure that there was something about it, like they were dancing or they had a shape to them, and she used pattern. And I am a pattern person. I have a great deal of sidebar, what I call sidebar work that I do. And it's all design and all pattern. And I have some examples here of the mandalas. Many mandalas in my life, but these are 3 of them I brought to you today. And part of what I was thinking of doing with these pictures on the bottom was I was kind of thinking about how can I use my unending pattern, all kinds of designs, how can I use them in these, or should I? And so I ask you today, I appreciate your comments. I'm grateful to Jeff and Gary for all of the help they've given me throughout the years. But I'm really interested in what you have to say, of course, and thank you. But on this bottom row, I'm really interested in kind of what you think or what your impressions are. And I have to say that one of the reasons I paint is to create an arc of beauty. And I want the painting to speak to you, and I want you to speak to the painting. So there we have.
I'm not understanding, so, I think these are kind of fascinating, actually.
Tell you what they're
sorry.
Children. I have 6 grandchildren, and if there were a musical piece, it would be One Moment in Time, that song, old song. But these are my grandchildren, each of them engaged in something that they love.
I think I see, like, there's such different worlds going on here. Like, these are their own thing and they're beautiful. You've already nailed that. They're gorgeous, right? And then, you know, the different seasons. I feel like these 2 are the most successful for me. There's almost there's this weird dreamlike symbolic quality that you get going on here. It's just so weird, you know, with the deer, and it speaks almost of representations of mythology. And I look at this, I think of like the Sami people, and I think about traditional European folk legends and mythologies and stuff. So it's pretty cool. And just the color pops here are really, really interesting, and stylistically it's cohesive as far as the mark making and all that's concerned. I look at these and I don't think you should bring in a ton of pattern. Like, there's a simplicity to these with the white chalk or whatever the drawing is, and just the figures becoming universal. And so I think there's a key in there. Like, these are your grandkids, right? But that's of interest to you and your family and nobody else unless you universalize it, right? And I think having a blank space, or a space that becomes conceptual, whereby it's a play on shallow space and deep space because of the drawing you have in there, can be really cool and interesting, because it focuses us on the individual human experience of balancing or jumping or whatever it is that one is doing. And so I think that's really interesting. And I like the fact that you've limited it, even though you can, you know, got crazy color here, that there's just limited color or the odd interesting pop. I think these are a little bit less successful from that point of view. There is room in there.
And it's interesting because the baseball guy was the first one, and the theater girl was the second one, and then the catch and release was the third one. But then these are the last 3.
Okay.
And this is when we feel like something's happening, and I think you might have put your finger on that.
Well, there is room in there. Like, your backgrounds are almost abstract. You're taking kind of a sort of, you know, again, deep shallow space thing and making them almost planar, you know, a sort of Diebenkorn vibe, and they're almost abstract. And so there's room in there for, you know, for more to happen. I think for me, one of the things that I would consider is right now, as far as like, you know, individual likeness or just general proportions and structure of head and face and all that, they still need a bit of work. And so I think one of the interesting things about doing figurative work that is, you know, we pitch wherever our skill set is. We can do a lot with that. Like, for me, if you kept these figures more symbolic and, you know, less descriptive. I think you're going to maximize the universality of those subjects. And I think that'll be just much more aesthetically pleasing pieces. And you don't have a lot to do with those if you do that. I think with these, that like as you take up more description and you paint up a bit more, there's room for stylistic stuff. Like people mentioned Paolo Rego already today, and etc. But it feels to me like you are going for a certain kind of finish, but haven't quite got there. Whereas if you make the faces more planar or a bit more abstracted, I think then that universalizes them and will make them a lot more successful.
Thank you.
And to add to that, when we simplify something, we're maybe simplifying the representation or not as much detail, but we then want to find where do we grow to be creative, like where are we like exploring? And so to me, what would be then replacing that kind of background would be maybe playing with format, playing with shaped surfaces, playing with scale, playing with all of those things as the place. So, when we take something away, it's not like it just becomes less. We have another area that we then drill into. And to me, right now, the format is the thing that's feeling a little generic. So I'm less feeling that the figures feel generic, and the way you're playing with them feels really interesting, but that 18 by 24. So I'd love to see, especially when we're looking at Jite's work, she works with those shaped surfaces. And I think a lot of the way she plays with the way the figure is less, yes, she uses pattern, yes, she's using all of that, but she's also using structure and format and rethinking that. And I think that could be a place that you pull into. Like, I love how this is off center, and what would happen if it got larger or weirder, like more on doors and things like that. Could be.
Jite was our guest critic a couple of years ago here.
Okay. I just love that painting. And Jeff, the portrait's for you.
I appreciate that. Thanks for putting it next to me too. Very good work.
I do a lot of things, and one is go to portrait when I can, and I don't take photographs, and it's live. And the only photograph I take is them with the picture, with the 2 hours.
Nice, good stuff.
Yeah,
I'm very interested in the pieces on the bottom.
Yeah, I really want to know what
These are very exciting to me. I love the simple geometry of the way the picture plane is broken up, and in particular, this one I think is just an absolute knockout, standout. Love that pink triangle that comes in. Love that her shirt is the same color as another geometric shape. I agree with Mark that I wouldn't bring pattern into these. No, I also think that simplifying the figures, I think that any kind of rendering or likeness you're going after is not what's interesting about these. So I think they can be absolutely simplified. I think that you need to look at Milton Avery's work and really think about the poetry and simplicity and expressiveness of colored shapes as they relate to figurative work. Also, I really hope you saw the Alex Katz show that was at the Fry. I don't know if it's still up, but that is. But those are 2 painters that are working with really simple flat shapes that have a lot of figurative and emotive content to it. The exception to that is, well, first of all, I love the drawn line. Like, to me, that piece is finished. That's really, really interesting, where you bring in the one color, we've got the drawn line, and then the slightly different black. Like, that's really weird and interesting. But okay, so the exception over here, I love the geometry of that composition, similar to what I love about these. But then you have the weird moment of like that foot that the kid is standing on that is really volumetric and bizarre. And so that is actually an interesting tension between the flat geometry and something built. That is actually a little bit more in the school of Alice Neal. Really interesting.
Talking about far right?
Yeah. I totally support you in this body of work down here. I think it's weird and unique and super fun.
One last comment. Anybody?
I'm particularly drawn to this area. It's just incredible. Your love of pattern is really coming through really nicely there. I agree with Kimberly and Mark. Once down there, you're maybe stuck in between. If you're going to draw figuratively, push it further so that it's more accurate, or I would lean towards more simplicity so that it has that strength of shape. I think something similar is happening with the still lifes. These 2 are the most effective to me because they kind of read from a distance, and it has some strength of like a big shape design. and some hierarchy. I think out of the four of them, though, you could still maybe think about hierarchy of focus a little bit more. Not necessarily one focal point, but almost like a cast in a play, main actor, supporting cast, extras. Right now, they're sort of, particularly like with this one, I don't really know where to look so much, and that one is starting to.
Full, don't we?
Yeah, so actually by downplaying some things, you'll highlight more of other things.
Okay, I think our time is done, and I really greatly appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Interesting to have the lightest light.
Cats. Cats. K-A-T-T-Z. Yeah, I did mention. Generally, I did show her.
Good, yeah. As long as it's the lights are together, so it's egg right there, the animals.
Oh, that's yeah, yeah, I haven't seen it. So much more than something.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, and sometimes I know. Well, I see. You're like, look at these. Falling for this. Oh, distortion. Yeah, I like. Coming off. Flat and then coming right off. Okay. Yeah.
I love the way they look. By the color, you know?
Oh, yeah, they're reflective.
Yeah.
It's also
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. Just to get us all to shut up.
My name is Shannon. I'm a third-year student in Gary's program. I wanted to thank you to Gary. It has been definitely eye-opening in a journey, and I'm my third year, and I think I'm finally at the point where I'm finding my voice. My heart is pulling me, his work's a bit diverse. My heart is pulling me in two directions right now. And it's time me to follow both of them. One being the narrative still life. And I
I like the beauty and the simplicity in everyday, small everyday things, and the stories that they might have behind them. You know, you hear a song or you smell a smell and it elicits a memory. I mean, something as simple as eggs salt in a spoon. I love reflections for the balloon dog. This is my spring. The other direction my heart is pulling me is the human-animal connection. And this is just kind of a foray entry into it, just doing some friends' animals. I have a daughter who's autistic, and I also grew up in a turbulent household, and I had access to a horse. And so I've seen firsthand with myself, with some other people, and especially my daughter, what that animal connection can actually really do for a person. She's about to graduate college with a degree in psychology. So I don't want to do animal portraits. These were animals that were close to my heart. They belonged to other people. One's passed and passed away, and one is a friend. But I want to put in the human figure with the different types of connections with the animal. Quiet moments, ecstatic moments, fun moments. So that is one of the directions I want to go. But I still love being in the studio doing my narrative still lifes. So I welcome your feedback, please. Thank you very much.
Beautiful work. You force us to slow down through your mark making and attention, and that's a really beautiful thing to give. I'm really attracted to the little egg still life. I think it's beautiful. There's a particular moment in that I love, which is the left side of the little egg holder becomes the same value as the space behind it. So you get a figure ground dissolution. That's some nerdy painter talk, but those moments really add a lot of poetry. They're visual moments rather than tactile moments of describing the actual form in reality. And that's a really beautiful moment where that kind of turquoise blue sits next to the more indigo blue. I think the dog portrait is stunning and it has a real presence to it. That might be something to think about in the animal portraits, or I guess not the portraits, but what you're envisioning. Finding areas where the colors from the background dissolve and come into or similar value areas so that they're more integrated into an atmosphere or environment. In both this still life and the egg one, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but temperature, temperature, temperature. What is the quality of your light? I want to read the light in the egg one as warm, but it's actually pretty neutral or cold. Like that blue background just goes from like a lighter blue to a slightly darker blue. I'd love to see it go from a slightly warmer blue to a cooler blue, or that the ground plane that it's on is a warmer brown and then it gets a little cooler where the cast of shadow. It would just add so much more to the atmosphere and feeling of that piece. Similarly, in this one, is the light warm or is it cool? Because the cast shadow is kind of a warm lavender, so is it a cold light? And yet the white has a little bit of warm. It's confusing. And so that's a really easy way to just unify the universe that you're in. And that shadow should change color on the surface that the objects are on versus the surface in the background, whereas in that it's about the same hue. So that's something I think that you could really pretty easily harness and use to your advantage.
Yeah, I was Kimberly hit the hit it right on the head there with slowing us down with sort of the right and your like tenderness with the surface comes through, and then you talked about it and it was like, well, there it is, like that, like the way you're treating your surface and mark making does so much for how the piece, reads. So it's really lovely. I'm also I'm attracted to like how kind of muted the light feels in both the animals. Like I love how it's not like a super blown out strong spotlight, but there's still a lot of form there. Really nice. And in your still life, the far left and the egg one, there's this sort of not so traditional arrangement that I think is really interesting. It's a little, yeah, it's just a little kind of weird the way that spoon kind of comes at us off that like perfectly flat plane. It's just slightly awkward. I would agree with a couple of things like, you've got some of these gradations in the background of all those three, but like not seeing any on the flat planes. Or at least it's not picking up any gradation. And so the opportunity maybe to have a subtle shift if you want. But it's sort of weirdly like just stark in a way. And so I don't know if that's intended or not, but you might think about gradation and temperature, value, whatever it might be. Yeah, that's what I got. But lovely stuff. Yeah, lovely stuff.
Really, really, yeah, really lovely. And yeah, you said it, the spoon that is coming off that way is really interesting because I just keep looking at that piece, how, the egg is so sweet and completely, like that, the viewing angle. And then you have the spoon coming out. So you really play a trick on my head a little bit. One thing that this kind of like maybe just an invitation to thinking about how to present something that's this delicate. I felt like the black frame may not be the best presentation because it's a lovely piece, but the black is so severe, it almost stopped me, a little bit from getting into the piece and enjoying it. However, the black piece, the black frame really worked with the dog portrait. That's, really beautiful. So that's something to think about.
I was been thinking about that idea of like, where is that edge in that they're not, you said it, the word pet portrait, you put it out there. And so now I'm like kind of responding to that. And the way you articulate it is you're not interested in being pet portraits. There's a bigger meaning. You brought in your daughter into this conversation. You brought in something very personal, and so you brought us to this place where that is the standard, the personal standard that we're setting and holding these pieces to. And so how do we then navigate through that? Like, how are you telling us that there is more there than just this element? And I think that dog piece starts to do that for me. I think it has to do with the color relationship and how that works with the eyes, how the face kind of simplifies, but then I get that kind of moment. And so I think it is happening within a color relationship there, but then it is not happening for me for the dog, for the horse. And I understand that is just as equally very important animal. So how could we make that bigger? How could we make that more monumental? It could be the fact that it's a profile that's turned. It could be that the scale is so small. I mean, you're talking about something very big and emotional that you're trying to overcome this idea of pet portrait with pet portraits. So like, maybe these need to get huge. Maybe we need to put in something that physically says, this is a monument. These are monumental works that we're making. This is beyond what you think it is. This is something bigger than that. And so both that and an unexpected way to present that horse, maybe not in profile, maybe looking at us, maybe in an awkwardness of the way it's painted, an expressive way it's painted, something to pull from portrait, monumental portrait paintings. I think that language, whatever place that you need, I think should kind of be in here so that it doesn't lose me.
I think in some ways you already have that answer. It's just you haven't just recognized it yet. So I look at the dog portrait, and this when you capture an individual, human or otherwise, and you surround them with a startling color, something that's either high spectral or just unusual, it kind of freeze frames them almost, and sort of universalize them. That maybe it locates them temporarily, but it certainly freeze frames them. If you think about Amy Sherrill's work, Michelle Obama's portrait, and We, our crew were on a trip to New York recently, and we were lucky to see like a collection of Amy Sherrill's work, I think at the Whitney, and it's about like 60 paintings there. And all of them have this, generally, all have a really arresting background color, and then muted colors in the figures themselves. And it just gives it a sort of symbolic power that I'm not sure if you were looking at our work, but you know, this could fit right in there, right? If you made it larger.
Yeah, because her work is enormous. Like,
Yeah, you know, at the very least, it's life size, and then some of it's massive. You know, if you had a lime green, like a bright, like the exit sign green behind your horse, bingo, problem solved, you know, in the same vein. And you may not want to do that, but there's a clear line, you could do a whole clear line of work like that. And again, yeah, introducing full figures and or other symbolic elements might take it a lot further. You know, you have a strong skill set that's very obvious, right? So, and right now it's just kind of for you to run with it. The egg painting's lovely, and to me it needs another half a foot or a foot above it, so that to let that egg breathe. Because otherwise it just, and maybe it's the frame, but it just feels like it's crunched in there. This to me looks like a study for a larger painting that could actually be fascinating, keeping those objects at that scale, but then just giving us a bit more room around them.
Okay.
And potentially too with the Coons pieces, you know, the dogs and etc. But strong work. Thank you.
She knows that.
You can run away.
I know.
Like that figurine, you take an artist who can do that. Yeah, he's a figurine. It's nice.
It's nice on everything. This.
Okay.
My name is Anna, and I'm a fourth year student in the classical atelier. I also student in the art and online atelier. Prior to moving to Seattle to study art, I was a research coordinator in a computational neuroscience lab looking at changes in brain structure and function in response to cognitive training. I have mostly been focused on skill building during my time at the atelier, and this year I've been working on a still life series based around nice custom dolls that I got as a kid on my first trip back to China and seen adopted when I was 6 months old. The series is inspired by hopes that Pushman thought, I'm sorry, still life paintings and explores identity and what the dolls might represent for me. I've also been learning to trust the painting process more when moving from block into finished painting, and figuring more things out during the painting stage. The piece that I'm currently working on, which is the tutorial, is still a work in progress. In the future, I'd love to find ways to incorporate my neuroscience background into my art, and I'm especially interested in how perception, memory, attention, and how the way in which we think shapes how we experience the world. I'm looking forward to all your feedback, and thanks so much for following the reading circle.
I'm gonna go. If you don't mind?
Yeah. Go, go, go.
I'm doing it. This is lovely. There's a lot we could talk about. The little littles, like, are what the bonkers, like, so amazing. I'm really excited to see where these middle pieces go, and how I'd love to see the full finished self-portrait with them in there. I think the way that you're sort of creating this kind of what should be flat sort of space, but it's not flat. There's like this like environment, especially with the left one with the yellow. It's really lovely. So you're onto this. Yeah, something in those settings I'm really attracted to. I did want to point a couple things out figuratively, because I figure I like to talk about figure. When you look at your little poster study and you compare it to that one, we often talk about this, like how the poster study so amazing, and then some things just fall apart in them. Some simple things to consider that this has that this could benefit from is, one, if you look at the way that our eye sort of reads the relationship of all that flesh together in the little one, is that we just kind of lose it in a sense. It's almost like a little bit of a temperature change or something, and there's just a touch too much specificity happening in there. And that said, if you're gonna sort of deal with sort of that bunching of flesh there, you want to find variety in there. And there's a little bit of sort of the sameness that happens to it. So that's another reason it kind of draws us to that. The other thing that this has is it glows right there in sort of the heart of that sphere, and then in like that light sort of dissipates away from there. Keep like there's more of a sense of how that reads in the environment here than here. Like the way that this surface that she's sitting on reads, the way that this connects, and I don't know, like some of the areas sort of grouped to the background there. I just feel like there's a bit more we can push in terms of that figure ground. That said, it's very lovely, very lovely. Your sense of light, all really, yeah.
Really interested in all these small pieces here. proposed self-portrait where we get the figurines actually in a scale relationship.
Yeah, I just want
Human
that.
body is really an exciting idea. I love the three main pieces. I think that they're really beautiful, especially the ones on either side. They're doing something that's really surprising to me, that I like it actually, that you're not giving us a whole lot of information in the environment, and yet I believe in its sort of atmosphere and the ephemeral quality of it, just with like a little bit of information, and it kind of glows. And again, I'm really surprised how much I respond to them, because I like lots of geometry and structure, and that is not what these are about. And these are really, really beautiful. And I think that you're getting away with that because your color relationships are so sensitive. I say the ones flanking because, strangely enough, it's the one in the center where we actually have a cast shadow, which then places us more in a specific context or relationship of the figurine to a wall that I actually don't find as interesting. I like it when it's actually a little bit more ephemeral and left open. The one with the two figures, I think, the most recent one, I think you said, I think that one is coming along really, really beautifully. Gorgeous work.
Real quick, Thomas Dewing would be one that those kind of remind me of. Yeah, sorry. Trevor.
So we're all fascinated with your treatment of those backgrounds, though. It's so subtle. I mean, I don't even know how you did it, frankly. The one on the right almost looks like gold leaf. And it took me a long time to see the floral background and the one on the left, because it's so dreamlike, you know. I mean, you really have this incredible restrained touch. So there's just something fascinating about. Also, they're super matte. Yeah, I'm not sure how that's achieved either. Are you putting some finish on these with like just? Yeah, because they're not glossy and they're not shiny. They're just kind of fascinating. So is this one done though? The one that I'm saying sort of looks like gold leaf?
Oh, it's still working on this first pass.
You're still working on the
First pass, yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I love about these pieces, there's so many things I want to say, but one, the first thing to begin is like, I love how any place can be a starting place, like the process itself, like everything is germinal, and like you have this figurine, you're painting it over and over and over again. It starts to be imbued with presence. I keep thinking of Vida Selman's work where she's painting and her surfaces are also that way. So Vida Selman, she's been painting the same like series of photographs for, you know, hundreds, dozens and dozens of times. And so she'll paint something meticulous and then sand them down and then paint it again and sand them down. And so she starts getting a quality like this where it doesn't feel like it's on the surface, but it's like inside the surface. Like I can feel like this is so imbued with presence, and then we come to these moments. So I think that there's that, and I think like Jake Berteau, I'm thinking of like all of these artists who like have paint and the time spent with paint really accumulating. Structurally, I do love when we see the two figurines and we get that abstract painting where it's just about accumulation of brushstroke, lovingly touched, with these geometric structures of this just landing us in a way that I find really satisfying. So the like bringing down to that moment where we're concrete, and then I get to just enjoy paint. I enjoy going back and forth between those two spaces.
Right, Emily, who was the first artist you?
Vida Selman's? Selman's? Is that right? Vida Selman's, yeah.
Oh, that woman does oceans and so.
The oceans and the spider web.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's really out there.
So your work is beautiful. Okay, so breathe, it's gorgeous, right? It's absolutely beautiful, and you have demonstrated you have a really good skill set, and so kind of the world is your oyster, is what you want to do with these as you go. I would echo what other people have said. We tend to hit in our small studies sometimes instinctually, we get to the core of something. Like in this figure piece, this to me looks like a figure piece, whereas this to me looks like a piece of existential inquiry. Like I look at this, I look at the stark lighting on the figure, I look at the cast shadow, and it makes me think about the human condition. And when I look at this, and I'm just like, figure piece, right? So you don't have to go back to this one, but your next one, think about what happens if you have a kind of a spotlight on a human figure, and what the difference between, naked and nude, right? This will be fascinating. It looks really interesting. One of the things that strikes me about this, and we have association. I'm going to say this quick. Those frames aren't helping you. They make these pieces look cheap and chintzy, right? And just choose a different color or choose something that's recessed or what have you. I look at these, I've spent a lot of time in, various museums in like Korea and then over at the Asian Art Museum here and etc. And I look at some of the parchment and some of the scrolls and some of the traditional illustrations, and the color here of the background always matches that. And so that could be something you lean into and play with that idea of the kind of intersection between three-dimensional and two-dimensional or flat space, etc., which you're already kind of doing with the ground plane and the background. So I think that's something that you could explore. And I would echo Kimberly's words in relation to the shadow. You do have some subtle shadow elsewhere. I think some of the power of this is that they are in this ambiguous space. And I would definitely lean into that more. What would these be like if they were the same size, but they were surrounded about 3 or 4 feet of that just weirdly conceptual, semi-scroll or semi-linen-esque imaginative space, right? Or even in a completely neutral environment, just a finely detailed depiction with no cast shadow. That could be fascinating. I think, we always throw out all these ideas. You also have a ton of stuff going on in here. You could go in lots of different directions. I can see that. Like there are some of these that have meaty backgrounds and, some chiaroscuro-esque stuff getting there, as far as popping the figure from the environment. But there is a weird sort of in-between space here that you could certainly employ. And then Gary asked about whether you were going for a gold leaf feel in that. I'm kind of curious what your response is around that, because you can always get gold leaf type paint and etc. Not that you have to do that.
Actually, the background in the studio, it's like a gold piece of peel-and stick wallpaper. The background that I'm referencing.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
It's all starting.
Good night. Yeah, well, we're making fun of secretariat, no matter what. Oh, that's it. We're gonna laugh. No, it's actually.
I know, I have.
I know. Hi, everyone. My name is Colella. We're here in the classical atelier. I want to mention all of these were done from life, even the orc and the Wolverine one. I had miniatures that I actually them from. But this year, I really wanted to focus on what I've learned at the classical atelier, the highly refined observational techniques that I've learned, and mix it with my previous training. My previous teacher was Tracy Schock, and he's considered like a illustrator impressionist type. And so I'm still working on finding a way to blend the two. And so you can see in my poster studies, they're all very, loose, thick paint, and I try to incorporate that a bit into my final pieces. So any tips or tricks would be greatly appreciated.
Congratulations. You have some beautiful pieces here, and everybody's going to tell you to follow your poster studies. Maybe except for Paul, but he's not allowed to speak further. So, like you have, this is beautifully done, beautifully rendered, lovely skill set going on in there. It's loose, it's free, it pops, it's cat skull, right? And you bounce the light around it. It's cohesive, it's working really well. And just the expressive nature of this, I think, is also working really well. I was looking at these as you brought them in, and kind of each of them is its own individual thing, more or less. It's like a study of, and and that's kind of natural to a certain extent when you're in art school. You're trained to do, like, I'm doing a figure study, I'm doing a whatever it is. And I think at this stage I would encourage you, you have the skills to move beyond that, right? And you certainly have the imagination. I was daydreaming, what would it be like if all of these were actually in the one image? Like if the cat skull and this and all of these were all in the one image, and maybe there was some, even if they weren't stylistically completely consistent, like what would that say to the viewer? I mean, suddenly you would have a collection of all these skills and all these studies in a sort of broader, bigger narrative. And I guess I would extol you to, you're already thinking in terms of narrative, but it's a discrete narrative. Like there's a narrative about a cat skull. There's mortality, there's everything, right? Memento mori, but also a history of natural history and studies and all of that stuff. And then there is the kind of contemporary culture and pop culture, etc. So you're already thinking in terms of narrative. So I would suggest taking that and running with it in a less discrete manner. Maybe again, changing scale or having multi-figure stuff going on, or an interplay between the observational work and the imaginative work. Does that make sense?
I totally agree with that. you clearly have so many delicious painterly skills here, but I'm like, but I want to see them all put together now, not necessarily objects, but I want to see something a little bit more epic. I agree. I think that the two like absolute rock stars here are that little skull and that blue light that comes up into the shadow. Again, you've got lots of color in the shadows. That is just a beautiful, beautiful painting. Love the materiality and expressiveness in that smaller piece. And also in the base area and the roses. I mean, it's just really gorgeous painting. And I think, you know, clearly you're interested in the physicality, the color of the materiality of the paint itself. And I think you need more space to play with that. I think you should be making some bigger paintings. Yeah, really gorgeous skill set.
You know, during the whole course of building the different skills, I like to think of it like, you know, it's like magic cards where it's like strength, agility, and you have these like different numbers and et cetera. And, you know, on the paint application, paint handling, you've got like you're way up here, like 90, whatever. It's amazing that the juiciness of the paint that you're putting down and the efficiency of that. And is this a new one? When did this happen?
I did that in my second year. That one and the Caswell were in my second year. So
Yeah.
temperature.
I mean, this is like really advanced paint placement and attention to detail and lost edges and et cetera. And same thing with like, if you look at, you know, the way that your paint is going down with your arm here, et cetera. This is really a lot of fun in terms of the description. Similar to what they're saying, composition, poster studies, but like thinking about how we arrange a variety of things within space, not just the one thing. Like, let's put some energy into that. That's definitely a thing to do. And you're doing that here because you're merging like multiple objects in one thing, and getting them to all kind of play in one space and move the eye around. I mean, and there's all sorts of ways that you could still. I mean, I can even imagine these figures all kind of like Wolverine is this guy, and then the whole they're all kind of bursting out of a vase. Yeah, it's and like the fleshiness that you've got here and color temperatures on there, maybe a little bit more warmth in this and a little bit more playing with the edges of with the hair. But yeah, I think kind of bringing some of those other compositional things and narrative together at the same time would be a great way to go forward.
Most recent pieces here.
Most recent ones would probably be these two, and then or the flowers, brain, skull.
To go on what Tanai was saying, like something we're all seemingly attracted to is just how you apply your language of the material. It's really attractive. So yeah, I would totally agree. Like, let's see some life-size portraits done in this manner. Let's see some, you know, really big, you know, full-scale paintings done with the figure this way. There's a few examples of it's just a poster study, so it's hard to like take this like too serious in that. But in the drawing, you sort of see a little bit too. Is like, you know, we can let like values that like come up against the body basically dissolve into whatever. But you want to be decisive in the way it happens. So like I think it's just it kind of gets a little unfortunate when it just kind of halos the form. And there's a couple times where, you know, you got like a light or softening that's just almost like just along that perfect silhouette. And so like, you know, what would happen if that kind of light was to imply that it was going to blow, you know, beyond the frame or something. It doesn't even have to go all that way. It just has to lead us that way. And so a lot of amazing rendering of your form. I think there's room for really utilizing that environment, even in a simplistic way, to enhance your pictures.
So I'm kind of fascinated by this one in the middle. It almost like looks like it was done by a different artist.
Yeah, so that one, the skull, yeah. My previous teacher, Tracy Schock, was very impressionist, heavy paint, texture. And so I tried channeling more of that because I'm trying to find a way to combine very rendered and very, painterly texture. And so
You've done it in your cat study.
So
It's all there.
So you should, you can email me if you'd like. On Saturday, we spent an hour and a half talking to Walter Murch, who is the son of a still life painter, Walter Murch Sr. And so he went over, he talked to us about his dad's work. He painted at home, and then the son produced a book on his dad's. And he had a lot of close-ups and talked about his technique. And that's exactly what we tried to do. And so that background is what makes me think of Walter Murch. And Walter Murch loved these distressed backgrounds. And towards the end of his life, he died young. He started actually painting these abstract backgrounds and then imposing these incredibly tightly drawn mechanical objects, still life mechanical objects on top of these complex distressed backgrounds. And he was trying to do both at once. And the contrast was fascinating. So if you already know about his work though, right?
yes.
Yeah,
I
so
looked him up after I got the email and
What's that?
I looked him up after I got the email and the invitation that was going.
Good. Yeah, the book's about $50, but you might consider it. Yeah, because he's trying to walk this balance. He's trying to do this balance, and it's fascinating all the tension it creates really between these two different imperatives.
So when I look at the things from the figurines, right, that we're having here, they feel like they're like pointing to something personal because of how much they like our figurines. They are something that we don't usually see painted. They feel unique. They feel all of those things. But then the way they're composed, the way they're presented, that is not feeling as personal. Like, so the subject matter is setting me up for something and then feels like there's still a question. You still have a question for it. Like the way that background of the Wolverine characters, and it doesn't feel like, because it's such a high contrast, it doesn't feel like you were painting with like, oh, I know what I'm going to be doing with this. I'm really just going to be pushing paint around, oh, this world building in that sense. So I'm curious, like, to me, the awkwardness of that that feels like a place to start. Like, I mean, I love the cat scale. I walked down, I was like, oh, I love that blue. But it felt like, it felt like it was like, okay, yeah, this is painting. This is like painting right up here. Like we know where these paints are happening. But the uncomfortableness of those figurines, to me, kind of feels like there's so much more there. Like I want so much more pieces. I want scale. I want imagination. I want color shifts. I want like some weird drawings happening, all of those things. So to me, like there's still like a lot there. That I'm curious as to like if you actually took that on with personal ambition, like an ambition to make them more personal or make them more inventive. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm like just going through. No, I
Feels like so unique, right? It feels like the biggest question, like, do you know what I mean?
No, I will. Oh, yeah.
I mean, no, yeah, he is. I don't know, I'm like. I remember. Yeah, that's it. Middle of study. Did you have any ability? Yes, yeah. Yeah. Come on. Strike two, Angeline. Hey. Yeah. Why are you giving me that on my computer? Yeah. Sounds like. You're not even people doing Trump toy. Yes, they did that. Jeez. And you'll have Trump toy as a project.
What up? Cool. Hey, girl. Please excuse me if I have nervous diarrhea. Oh, you are pushing fun. I am here. Okay. Guys, I'm Angeline Shrike. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much for you guys for carving out some time to our roasting. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm in my last year of classical. It's kind of crazy that I can look back that first year and be like, what were you thinking, man? But yeah, I want to share with you today the work that I've done this year, and like 2 bonuses that I brought out of here. On my right, so your left, here is my personal series, and then on the other side, on my right, your right now, is some academic work. My personal series is a metaphorical analysis of my relationship with my reflection. The wheat is kind of like a symbol of like my realization, and the cicada, my bane, represents my kind of intrusive thoughts and infestation of those sentiments. But in a weird way, you know, that's so beautiful. You know, like I think it should be appreciated when we have problems. The series is still ongoing. I still have like I think 3 or 4 more pieces I want to add to it post-graduation. Yeah, yep. And so basically today, what I'm looking to hear back on is any guidance you can give me to guide me, haha, and for a career of illustration and entertainment arts to pay rent, while keeping a foot in fine art to like still have some sanity. And just out of curiosity for myself, each one of the instructors, I was wondering, what do you wish you could tell yourself when you just finished art education, kind of in the spot where I'm at? What should I be wary of, or what should I aim towards in this like kind of next segment as I, Pokemon evolve out of student form into like, oh no, I have to pay taxes on my sales type of form. So yeah.
Yeah, Ben, Angeline, it's awesome to see like where you've come so far from the beginnings as you were saying, and this is like a great culmination. I'm just gonna do like really rapid fire of some technical things, then going into the more kind of post graduation kind of thing. The beer chat study, I'm really excited for that. Just a FYI, like I love the simplification, but you can also, in terms of those works, there's a lot of transparent passages, underpainting kind of stuff. You can also kind of do one of these poster studies that incorporates more than one layer to kind of like run a little simulation. So think of like these studies, you can incorporate not just the flat painting. This guy, it would be nice to see some more edges in terms of like how you have the hands there. This is gorgeous, more color temperature shifts. As we get into these, this is we're becoming more narrative and more personal work, and that's like awesome. And particularly on this one here, where it feels like it's starting to, there's this buzzing, and you guys can't see it back there, but it's almost like vibrating. And then the way that the wind goes over the edge, this starts to just feel like, okay, it's being painted in a way that is helping to tell the story of what it is. And it feels like that's really nice to see that happening. And in terms of, after graduation kind of thing, my advice would be like, this is the starting point, right? And a person, I spent an entire year after I graduated just experimenting with all the stuff that I had been learning and say, okay, I want to really pull this together and then take it to the next level. So I just would think of this next phase as an integration period and refining where you want to go forward.
I'm going, actually. I'll start with post-grad. The first thought that I had was it would have been a lot cheaper if I would have stuck with golf. And for a while. Still think that in some ways. Anyways, so lovely technical achievements. You're knocking out of the park. What you need to do is just get to work. That's all. Just show up, get to work, keep working, stay motivated, stay connected with your peers, because that'll motivate you. In your personal work, I'm more attracted to the self-portrait in the sort of oval mirror, and it is kind of a trip that Emily pointed out that it's on an easel, but you painted the easel, little kind of a trippy thing right there. That aside, I feel like that should be more of a zoomed out sort of room. I started thinking of, I was trying to ask Paul if he remembered because he's smarter than me. There's a nude reclining figure looking at us through the mirror.
Velasquez.
I wasn't thinking Velasquez, someone else did it.
There's a number of them.
Yeah, there's a number of them. Anyways, the secondary, like take in the room a little bit, maybe a structure, and then like, oh, there's a moth or something on, or a cicada on the mirror. And then it's like, oh, we see your reflection in there kind of thing. Like there's a lot of opportunity to kind of like, in all of these self-portraits, you're kind of like, not giving us all of you, right? You're just sort of giving us segments of you. But there's ways to like, pull back even more, and paint some of, some more stuff and try to display that. That would be my suggestion, is explore bigger.
Congratulations, beautiful work. Don't see any eggs here, but that's okay. Right here. I think you have some lovely like vignettes here, right? And I think they work just conceptually as their own thing, with the insect and sort of little glimpses. I don't think these frames are helping you. I think they're too heavy for the subject matter or for just the values that you have in there. I look at all this stuff and you have a strong skill set. You're painting form here, but you're also painting light, right? And when I look at these, I feel like in the others, kind of painting form and the light isn't as strong as strong an element as it could be. For me, I look at this piece and like that's where I look, right? I want to cover that over, and then then we see the figure, right? But you've done the figure beautifully, right? You have that skill, but I think it would be helped if there was a strong play of light and shadow over it. And so I know you can do it because I see it happening here, I see it happening there. And here, I don't think it's as important to you. I don't think it's as necessary in these, but I think in the larger pieces, if you're doing larger pieces, I'd be thinking in terms of really pushing the light and shadow more. And honestly, I would incorporate that into sort of advice I would give myself when I was kind of finishing art school, whatever. It's like, I think what I've figured out is once we're doing stuff, sort of observation-based work or stuff based in realism, it's primarily about painting light. All the colors speak of light. The light is made up of color, et cetera, And so once you kind of get that in your head, that light and shadow are what give us the structure of the majority of what's there, then it frees you up. You can kind of pretty much draw and paint everything with confidence. And I think you have that skill set in you, and I think that's probably the next step.
I'm interested in all the small vignettes of the personal work. I agree that I really want to liberate them from the frames and just let them be able to float on a wall kind of as an installation in relation to each other. I could see this series continue to grow. Really love this one as a full composition. But the one of the ear with the wheat in particular is just so sensitively painted. I think every piece here is about touch. There's some like the moth wing on the cheek, the wheat on the ear. Even this piece I find really bizarre. The recline nude with the fabric, I think is really interesting. I mean, you're making all these almost like puns about butt cracks and armpits and creases, even within the fabric. I mean, it's like so interesting. It's like everything is an intersection of flesh on flesh. Fantastic. Of course, I love the blunt opacity and real color mixing in the landscape study. It's just gorgeous. But I feel that your incredible sensitivity in these pieces here. And in terms of graduating, what I tell myself is if you have to get a job that has nothing to do with your art, do it to relieve the financial burden. Just don't get trapped by defining yourself by that you're doing this so that you can have your creative practice.
Me at the late Stephen Faigin's Shakespeare Bullet.
I was a cocktail waitress for 15 years.
The best advice I ever got was from a professional artist who said, whatever you do, if it's no more than 20 hours a week, you'll have the time to continue to be an artist. So the 20-hour-a-week rule, I've really tried to follow that for the last like 30 or 40 years. And it really, really, really makes sense. More than 20 hours, it's like you kind of, you never really get enough time to do the serious work. But if 20 hours, you get at least 20 hours in the studio, and that's a pretty good amount of time. You get more than that, even great. I would make a rule that from now on, don't do any paintings smaller than X size. And I would say 12 by 16 would be minimum. Because, yeah, don't do any more of these small paintings. Yeah, there's no reason to. And that painting with the oval mirror would be so much better.
I disagree with them. So many.
But no, these are gorgeous. Please quiet down.
Hey, Chuck.
I think that the temperature that's in these pieces is stunning. I adore them. I find myself getting lost in them. I love the treatment of edges from blur to sharp. I love the sense of shifting. I think all of that is working beautifully. I think the love that I feel has been said, but I feel like there's a huge pressure when you ask like what the advice is. That my list has gotten every single, I'm sitting here like, okay, but this, but this, but this, but this, but this. But recently somebody was giving an artist talk UW, and one of the things they said to the students there that stuck with me was, it's always waiting for you. And like that the art is always waiting for you, and that you are gonna find years where you don't make work, but it is always there and it is always waiting for me. And I wish somebody had said that, because there is such this pressure that every time I don't paint for a week, every time I don't paint for a month, every time I don't do these things, I feel like I'm failing. I can never get back to it. When I come to my studio after those times, we find that like, you forget it all. Like you're like, oh my God, I spent years doing this and I've forgotten how to even make a mark. But that statement of like, it's always there waiting for you, I think is really, yeah, it's really comforting. That mine was always nobody's watching. Like nobody gives a shit if you make work anymore. Like this is the moment where people care. And so like you make a choice. And also choose people who will support your work, actually support your work, meaning live with somebody who will let you not like go into a room and be like, oh, we're not going on vacation because I'm painting. We're not gonna do anything this weekend because I'm painting. We're not gonna do like hang out after dinner because I'm painting. Like live with somebody who can deal with that emotionally. Isn't there like when they say they support your work, they mean like, oh, they support you not being with them. To do your work. Yeah. Yeah. That is the big one.
Thank you.
That's my Gemini, right?
I know. By the way, I would have talked about. Well, it's fine. Thank you. Well, you made it. Oh, really? What?
Yeah.
No, I think that's awesome.
Very good.
As always.
Are we on? All right, we ready? For the grand finale? So representing the drawing atelier new extension, which is the seminar, which really means that once you've graduated from the drawing atelier or any atelier, because we have some at KOH and so on, there's a place to land where you don't totally disconnect, right? And so we can make personal work, take your time, and get some critical feedback in our community. So, without further ado, this is Carrie Howard.
The track seminar is awesome, and I really wish that every program, every atelier had one program like that. Okay. It is just such a wonderful way to have a community and continue to be part of Gage. I'm going to talk a little too long because what I'm looking for feedback on is a concept, and the concept needs background. Have any of you ever heard of the Breck Girls? Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. So the Breck Girls, I grew up with the Breck Girls, and they were the centerpiece of Breck shampoo advertising from the 1940s to the 1970s. And they featured these beautiful pastel drawings of young girls and women. They were meant to represent an idealized version of femininity, very pure and soft and ladylike, and they had aspirational hair, of course, because it was a shampoo. And I grew up loving those pictures, and really I love advertising art in general. And so I got the idea to take that style and kind of turn it on its head a little bit by depicting figures who were maybe not quite so ladylike, not quite so pure and demure. The artist for most of that time was named Ralph Williams, and when he passed away in the late 1970s, they stopped doing that advertising campaign. And thanks to eBay, I have a Ralph Williams pastel. This is the little girl who's in that ad. And you see that when he did them, he left the bottom kind of faded out, so they had room for the advertising copy. And so I think one of the things I'm looking for is feedback on how much explanation this needs to people who aren't familiar with the Breck campaign and aren't familiar with some of the figures that I've chosen. So I went with women from the pre-code Hollywood who were a little bit scandalous and didn't fit this image of purity. So I applied that sort of soft pastel style to these renegades. I also have one piece that I did of a real person, that's Olli, whose wonderful work you saw earlier. And so that's another route I could go to do real people, but I sort of ran out of real people who had a really badass kind of look. So one of the as I've tested this out in the advanced seminar, one of the ways I thought about doing it would be to add this overlay that's kind of a mock advertising copy. And if you guys want to go up and look at it, you can. They're a little bit jokey. The other way to do it would be to just present them as a portrait. I could, they could have a little plaque next to them. So I'm just sort of interested in whether this concept works, how much explanation it needs, how, whether I should expand it into real people, contemporary people.
What materials are these done in?
So it's pastel pencils and sticks on a sanded paper.
And one of those is also an ad, though, right?
So these three are actual ads.
I gotcha.
Ads, yeah.
You definitely
need more than just the lower portraits. If you wanted to get what you're doing across, I would imagine, 'cause already so, I mean, because you're going into a language, but then, but I'm not sure if didn't see the Breck, I would go Brack. But I guess there'd be copy that would help us in, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the actual copy is, which I don't right.
Yeah, see, the problem is that so long ago historically that the brass thing isn't really gonna work because we're not making the association to this previous ad campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's just kind of inexplicable. It's like out of context. Because we don't, you know, no, people are gonna be looking at this and going forward, they're not gonna know what you're referring to.
Does the Breck company still exist?
The Breck shampoo is sold in dollar stores. Yeah, I don't know what the intellectual property.
I think you can just go ahead and do it. I'm just steal it. I mean, we really just steal it. I mean, it's like Adbusters. It's like, just do it. And then I'm going to really sue you. Better yet, you know, that's what you want to do, play off the Breck.
Yeah.
These are beautifully done. First off, congratulations. Like you are showing a very unique skill set. Like this stuff is as chintzy as hell, but in order to do it and do it well, it takes a lot of skill, right? So you've got that, and you are doing it brilliantly. And the problem for me is, kind of echoing what folks said, is you're kind of doing it too well. Like, well, obviously, I'm not going to have much of an investment in Breck anyway. I'm from Ireland. I've never heard of this campaign, but you know, it smacks of that kind of like glamour kind of thing from the 40s or 50s. I guess for me, it's like looking at these. There's for me, and there's layers of kind of cultural meaning and misunderstanding that one can have. I'm a middle-aged white guy, right? And so a lot of it is going over my head. But for me, like, yeah, the juxtaposition that you want to bring the viewer into is probably just not obvious enough. And it may be different for people from other walks of life. Like, I wouldn't get that, certainly I wouldn't get that from looking at these. I'd need to know who the figures were already. And yes, the onus would be on me to do that. But I, you know, I'd need to know who the figures were, and I'd need to know that they were a character that was more subversive, less mainstream, et cetera, et cetera. And so then for me, it begs the question, well, could you still have the same aesthetic sort of style, but add more into the pieces that would point towards that kind of subversive nature? And so maybe, you know, I mean, just to be kind of crude, what if there was a war zone behind one of them, or, you know, like, you know, you had a wider cityscape, or you had the, you know, like on the set of one of their films, but showing the sort of fake backgrounds or whatever it is, but something that kind of nods to the viewer that says, you know, this is kind of faux, it's not real, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah, it's kind of hard because you've done it brilliantly. You've done it so well that it fits right in with the other stuff. So I think that whether it's a visual symbol or whether it's adding more in, like more full figure stuff or etc., you can still treat it in that style, still have that same sort of cheesy illustrational style, but you could have them doing very non-conventional things maybe.
At that point, it would depart from the Breck format.
Yeah.
And you're not saying it's not a loss.
Yeah, I think that there's two things coming together here. We're looking at a time period and the stereotyping of women in that time period, right? But then you're referencing women within that time period. So we pull on, we can see and understand the time period of the ad. We just don't connect it with the woman. And so then we don't get that underside L. We don't get the two pieces coming together, right? I do think that there is, I think there's something very of this moment. You know, we are surrounded, I'm just gonna bring it in, we're surrounded in that like, make America great again, that like nostalgia of looking back that we know is this like broken thing. And so there is a contemporary way of taking this imagery and talking about the moment. And actually this moment is like the moment that's echoing around us, but we need the contemporary echo to then place and pull forward or pull back to. So, I mean, something as simple as contemporary figures who are of the moment. Like, it could even be that it could be women who'd subvert this, or it could be like, who are those women who are being held forward as the ideal? Who would be today's Beckett girls, right? It could be something like that.
Or how about men in drag?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be pretty ironic. They could be wearing the same everything except just be guys, and maybe recognizable guys. Maybe guys from that era, Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, Senator Joe McCarthy.
Up close onto them is a whole different experience. These are so beautifully created. So I actually see these as just a real study in a particular style of working that you have really mastered here. I don't think the end of this is this hair campaign. I think that this is you learning a style I very much agree with Mark and with Emily saying, placing them within a context where you're actually making that second leap of irony or whatever, where, these just fade right into the ad campaign instead of, using that language. I mean, Mark said a war scene behind them, and I was thinking, well, like, put them all in an orgy together or something, just something that like breaks it up, or both, orgy or scene. But I feel like this is just like the tiniest step forward into a really amazing technique. But I want to see epic. I want to see context. I want to see full body.
Is that Josephine Baker?
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to know, it's Anna Mae Wong, Clara Bow, the It Girl, Elsa Lanchester as Frankenstein, Theda Barra, who was the first vamp, Mae West, and Josephine Baker.
Make a comment, like you made them bigger.
That's another question.
I made them too much like the magazine scale.
They are the magazine scale.
So I think you should break that. I think that you've got the technique and the idea, but you change the scale, you're making art.
Okay. And I mean, pastel portraits used to be so standard, and it's now kind of a forgotten art, but I kind of like the idea of reviving it, but flipping it some.
And you are.
What's the expense?
This one was not. It was. I got it on eBay, and they made me offer, so it's $250 plus $100 to ship. So it's not.
So I do also love your obsession with this. Like, that is like something that, like, I think should be said. And that's so like I think suggestions would not be to I want to see how you could use this as comments and how you can bring content to this, because your obsession will bring an authenticity to it. The skill that you brought into it will make that more powerful. Okay. Like there'll be irony, but it'll be felt irony because you're also honoring the work. Like, you also love this style of drawing. So I think those two things really feel great.
Okay. That's what you need. Huge chops. These are black and white photographs that you're colorizing.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm getting.
They're amazing.
How do you know that? Because I've seen the photographs. And that was back in the black and white.
A high level of cultural literacy.